It is now 6:30 p.m. and council members are assembled. We are ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome all members of the public who are with us here in the council chambers this evening, everyone watching us via the live stream, and of course, all committee members. We're glad everybody's here. The second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and we'll turn over to the deputy mayor for that.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors. As stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. Just as a little additional comment, I wasn't able to attend, but there was a powwow recently at the James Mason Center, and at least two elementary schools, St. Joe's and GC Houston, a lot of students from those two schools were in attendance, and I heard from some GC Houston kids all about the instructions they received in learning a couple of dances and a little bit of drumming. So it's always great when you hear stories like that. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda. We have no open forum requests, so that moves us on to delegations, and we have 3 delegations this evening. And just before we get into the delegations, I'll remind everyone who's a delegation this evening that council has allotted 10 minutes for each of our delegations, and we'd appreciate it if you'd keep to those timelines. Council has a pretty heavy agenda tonight. So our first delegation isn't really a delegation, actually. This delegation is here at council's invitation, and it is the Senior of the Year Award, which we are going to present this evening to Mr. Robert Stanley. And for those who've been watching, council made them. There's Lisa Thompson. That's good. She's made it. The council submitted this nomination several weeks ago on behalf of the community, really, to recognize Rob Stanley as Ontario Senior of the Year. And I'm just going to read through some of the things we said in the resolution when we did that, because I think it lays out pretty clearly just some of the incredible things that Rob has done in our community. Of course, he's a resident of Saugeen Shores and was the co-chair of the Lamont Sports Park $1 million fundraising campaign that resulted in the committee raising over $1.8 million toward the Lamont Park. He made over 50 verbal and in-person presentations to potential donors and attended planning meetings for a period of 12 months and successfully solicited hundreds of thousands of dollars towards the campaign. Mr. Stanley prepared presentations, wrote dozens of letters of solicitation, and on a daily basis searched out new potential donors. He went far beyond the call of duty as a volunteer, and it's fair to say that in serving as co-chair for the Lamont Sports Park fundraising campaign, that work consumed the majority of his free time for the year 2022, probably all of his free time. Mr. Stanley also served as an on-site volunteer with Habitat for Humanity Grey Bruce in 2022, and he was recently elected to that organization's board of directors. Mr. Stanley is also a member of the Saugeen Shores Sparks Training Center, which is an education not-profit organization dedicated to serving Bruce County by providing training, links to training, partnership with local major employers and educational entities, and more. Mr. Stanley's dedication, networking skills, and professional manner have made him a driving force in that worthwhile endeavor. And that's really, so those are just a few of the things in the last couple of years that Rob has done. But I mean, I think it's more fitting to say that Rob has had a lifetime of work on behalf of his community as a philanthropist, as a volunteer, and just as a really outstanding citizen. So I think it's absolutely fitting that this evening we present Mr. Stanley with the Ontario Senior of the Year Award. So Rob, would you come on up, and Minister Lisa Thompson's here as well. And so she's going to come up, and together she and I will present you with this award. We'll just invite Rob up to the podium, and I hear he has a few words perhaps to share with council. You can just hit the center button on, make sure to hit the center button on that thing there. We can hear you. There you go.
Test. Councillor Halpin, greetings. Councillor Duhame, greetings. I'll try to keep this brief. And I'll put these on, you know why? Yeah. And they'll hang on my nose like a, thank you. The definition of a volunteer is one who contributes time, effort, and talent to a need, cause, or mission without financial gain. Volunteering is about being able to contribute personal time to assist with community betterment projects. In the past, I've done some community volunteering, both as a firefighter, and a soccer coach in the minor soccer program, as well as competitively in the London and District Soccer League. When asked to assist with fundraising for Phase 2 development of Lamont Sports Park, it was an opportunity I could not pass up. It was an honor to serve on the Illuminating Dreams fundraising committee, and I'm humbled to stand before you today. I would like to recognize the entire committee who worked tirelessly to make this dream a reality. To Vice Deputy Mayor Myatt and Councillor Davinsky, who are present this evening, it was an absolute pleasure working with you, and I extend an invitation to those in attendance this evening to attend the park's grand opening at 11 a.m. on Saturday, June 24th. With me tonight are two very engaged, actually three now, very engaged community volunteers who also contribute their time and talent on two very important community initiatives. Mark Havitz, Mark is the chair of our United Housing for All Advocacy Committee, and Kenny Kilday is the chair of the Saugeen Sparks Training Center, which will be launched with introductory skilled trade training night classes for our area youth at Saugeen District Secondary School commencing this fall. Also at the back with Kenny is Director Jimmy Watson. Thank you for coming, Jimmy. Recognizing you all, you do to make this community a vibrant, prosperous, and inclusive community. I thank you. I thank the council for all the good work that you do. And you can call on this group of volunteers again at any time to assist this community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Are there any comments from members of council, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Well, just my congratulations, Robert. Wonderful volunteer. It's you're really just you represent what a true volunteer is, and the amount of time and energy you spent this past year with Lamont Sports Park in particular, and now all the housing work that you're doing, Robert. I know you're going to do some really great things on the housing front over the next 6 months, a year, 2, 3 years or longer. And I'm already hearing some things that you're doing and behind the scenes, and the Spark Center is truly amazing. But particularly Lamont Sports Park this last year, 18 months, far beyond the call of duty as a volunteer. And just wanted to say a big thank you to you for all you do for our community. So thank you.
Absolutely. We'll go down the table, Deputy Mayor, and down the table.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to acknowledge that Rob grew up in a family of a lot of sisters, and his mom is here tonight too, and quite a few of his sisters back there. And I think it really reflects the role that parents have. So Mrs. Stanley, thank you for the influence you provided. I knew 2 of your daughters quite well, but thank you for the influence you provided to create such great citizens. And Rob certainly did excel with recent volunteer activity, but he's always been a pretty good guy. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my involvement goes way back with Rob as well. Rob and I worked together with the Society of then Energy Professionals, now the Society of Nighty Professionals. And one of the things that was overlooked in his bio was the fact that, and it's in fact on our agenda for later tonight, is that Rob was an initiator of the housing locum for the physician recruitment committees, and he brought that vision to reality a couple of decades ago, I guess now, but he did, and that is a legacy that goes on today. So congratulations on that too, Rob.
Absolutely. Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you. Having worked with Rob during this fundraising campaign, I can attest to the fact that he is a friendly, a nice pit bull. And once he's got you in your sights, you might as well just cut the check, because we're going to get you anyway. So good for him. I wonder, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Rob to introduce his family that came to watch this. Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. That's possible if Rob's willing. Very good. Thanks for that. Are there further comments from members? If not, just thanks once again, Rob, for all that you do for our community. You make our community a better place just by being in it, and of course, by all the work that you do. And I stole your certificate, so I'm going to bring it back out to you. Or maybe we'll get the CA will do that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're on now to our second delegation, which is from Sarah Porter, Kendall Johnson Sawyer, and Chris Robinson, who are here on behalf of the Southampton BIA to talk to us about the Southampton streetscape plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, town councilors, and town staff for this opportunity to speak tonight regarding High Street renewal. For anyone that is not aware, this has been a 20-year plan to try to get to this point through 3 different initiatives. So we're really hoping that the 3rd time is the charm. All of you received today the video. We're not going to play it tonight just to save some time and create more opportunity for you to ask any questions that you may have. So we're just going to go into the presentation as a whole. So why renew High Street? The condition of infrastructure, safety concerns, and balance of use, and opportunities for placemaking and improvement. So something that Southampton has seen over the years is a little bit of updating through a few of the blocks, but the main core has not had much of a change. Next. These are a few other BIA areas that have received some assistance through street upgrades over the years. Something that's very popular right now, as if you know, Kincardine is going through one currently downtown. Wingham has recently gone through one. A lot of our surrounding communities have. So we're a little behind, but hopefully that won't be for long. Our plan took into consideration three different areas. So we looked at the urban analysis, the business mix, and parking. And we are aware that you guys are doing a parking study this year, which we very much look forward to the results. Specifically, we look forward to areas being addressed that are marking out additional parking spots on side streets, opportunities to create new parking areas away from High Street, as we don't have a whole lot of those in Southampton, signage directing tourist areas on the beach parking, signage directing people to long-term parking away from the core blocks. So the Coliseum, potentially by the meat market, areas like that. We also have a note on here, so we don't feel a boulevard on the block between Albert and Victoria is necessary, which you will see further down in the presentation. And we don't recommend removing any angled parking in this area as it is seen in the concept. So our parking strategy did take a look at the existing number of spaces that we have identified with lines and have unidentified parking spaces. And we also have some proposed off-season parking spaces. So this is the overall High Street parking as it is currently seen in our design. And then we go into each individual block. So what it currently looks like before and what it looks like afterwards in our potential concept. Our overall concepts, we want to take in the culture of Southampton. So we want to be looking at sharing with the people that live in our community and that come to our community all the wonderful aspects that maybe they don't know about. We already do have a bit of a culture walk, so we'd like to just advance that and add in some new elements that take you from the lake up and around Fairy Lake. Placekeeping is something that's popping up in a lot of communities, and we don't have a great number of them in Southampton. One of our BIA members did just recently put up a new one that says "Be kind" right downtown in an alleyway, hoping to kind of draw some attention to that. So well done, Paul. And then retaining angled parking. This is something that has been a bit of a contentious topic in the past with some parallel parking being brought in. We do have that in our concept, however, we do not recommend it. And the flex street concept is just as an example of what could be down the road if someone wanted to apply to the town to put a patio out into the streetway. Again, some more photos of other towns that have started to make some of these changes. Collingwood is a great example of some of the avenues that could be brought in. So intersections and mid-block crossings. The BIA firmly places our safety on the pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. But pedestrians and cyclists have to be our first and foremost thought when it comes to how we readdress our community streets. So one of the things that we would like to recommend is the curb extensions. We do know that that is something that has drawn some ire from the community. We did do a public consultation, as you know. We had 108 people come through our doors, and we only had 8 people comment on the curb extensions. So there really wasn't a whole lot of that come to us when we had the opportunity to talk to them about it. And when it came down to it, there was a lot of misunderstanding about what we were asking for. So we don't believe that curb extensions should take away from any of the parking spaces, but we do think that they should maybe potentially bring the roadway up to make a soft curb for almost like a speed bump for people walking. So the vehicles come up to the pedestrians instead of the pedestrians going down to the vehicles, and potentially raised, hard curb extensions or soft curb extensions that could be taken away in the winter time to create it to be better for the snow plows. These are some ideas of what is out there. We know that in the past they have tried the street light down by the Walker House and post office, and it did not work very well because it was holding up traffic, but potentially another element or a 4-way stop there would be nice. All right. Sorry. Memorial Place. I believe you guys have already received some presentations with this from the Legion. We are really excited to see what they come up with. I know I've gotten a little bit of a sneak peek, but not everybody has. So we understand that they are moving forward with their plans, and this would come into ours at the same time, hopefully. Some different ideas for sidewalks, roadways, event places. So event places is an opportunity to use our center blocks for something more than just cars. Currently, you'll see this with the Grand Fondo bike race, the Huron Shores Run that just happened, and potentially in the fall, if we get a permit approved for our Live at the Lake event. Lots of opportunities to get people out in the street. When the streets are busy, people are happy, stores are busier, economy is booming. That's one thing that the BIA sees more than most. And it's something that creates this project to be very passionate for us, because we are able to see right off the hop how a revived and rejuvenated downtown can make all the difference in the world to the economic development of the stores and the people living there. Dressing the world. So our flag and our beach is one of the main parts of Southampton. Everybody loves to look down and see our flag, which at one point, and I raise this because of the contentious topics of some of the items, the flag was once that as well. And now it is loved by everybody. So it's an important element to remember that while we're talking about the high street, we need to look forward and take some of these steps in. So down here, we've added in an area for drop off, because there aren't many places for people to just pop down, drop their stuff at the beach, and then go park somewhere else long term. And we see people parking at a longer period all the way up and down High Street. Some more ideas of placemaking. Community corners. These are areas that would allow for businesses to come out into the streets if they wanted to. Again, this is not something that we're necessarily recommending, but an option should anyone apply for it and the town wanted to move forward. So next steps. We're here to get hopefully acceptance from town council to have this put into the budget. We want this to be a municipal priority, as it is a priority for the BIA, to see our downtown revitalized. And any questions?
Okay, thanks very much, Sarah. Thanks for your presentation. Are there questions or comments from members? Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sarah and Bruce, Chris, Paul, all of the BIA team and the committee that worked on this for a long time. I know how much thoughtful work and collaboration went into this effort, and I think people forget that you are volunteers. You are busy business owners who do a lot for our town just by running businesses, and this is all on your own time. That you put this work and leadership into this effort. So I really appreciate that. And I'd like to help people keep that in mind. A couple of years ago, I was chatting with a woman who had recently moved to Southampton. And I asked her, why did you choose Southampton? She said, my husband and I were driving through, and we crossed the main street at the highway and looked down and saw this absolutely beautiful street and said, this is where we're going to retire. And, it is beautiful, but there are issues with it too. There are infrastructure needs, things that need to be improved. So I see this plan as a way of enhancing making those necessary infrastructure changes, but enhancing all of those qualities that we cherish and that make it such a beautiful street. I know that one of the important things, as you said, is making sure that we improve accessibility for pedestrians and cyclists, and that we keep those elements, we try to keep those elements which will support our businesses and our hardworking business owners. And we are having a parking study being completed this summer, and thanks to staff and council for including that in our budget. So I look forward to hearing the results of that and seeing how we can coordinate all of those with what our staff looks at when they look at the plan to move it forward. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from members, the deputy mayor?
Thank you. And through you, also, I'll echo Councillor Grace by saying thank you for the presentation. I especially appreciate the use of the expression curb extensions. And this is one of the very first times I've seen in the drawings that they've been represented properly, which shows how it lets pedestrians get out there to be seen. So, I think that's the part we missed a couple of years ago when we first started talking about it. Was the sidewalk was just coming straight, but now you've got it shown in the drawings on a bit of an angle up, and yay. I was a very early supporter of curb extensions, and even more so now when I see these drawings. I also want to just appreciate the comments about painting parking spaces onto the asphalt. I realize it's an expense, but it was not that long ago that council decided or requested that that kind of painting occur along the highway in one direction from downtown. And it has made an incredible difference in terms of positioning cars appropriately to intersections and driveways. So I think there's some real merit to the idea of actually creating parking spaces by marking them out, because generally speaking, people would then stay within the lines for the most part. I watched the video. So Chris, you have two businesses, don't give up your day job, but not bad on the video. I liked especially though that you also kept referencing that all of this is about the next 30 to 40 years. This is a legacy investment, and you also reflect though that there's probably some other bigger infrastructure stuff that has to happen downtown, getting, the power lines taken care of, perhaps some new pipes underneath the ground and that sort of thing. So there's an awareness that there needs to be something, but there might be something happen in the middle, and then you finish off this 30 to 40-year investment. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I would like to think that the third time's a charm too. So thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from members? Councilor Dubinsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Up front, of course, I am a member of the Southampton BIA. They are my kids. We meet quite often, and the streetscape program is the one that is taking all our time right now. But we feel confident that this program, and it may have some changes as it goes along, but this plan, this concept is going to work. And I would like to say that some of it could work now, very rudimentary. Matter of fact, I get to use the term low-hanging fruit this time. For years as a reporter, I've listened to that. Now I finally said it once. Here's what I've talked to the BIA obviously about this. Make Albert and Grosvenor Street a four-way stop. We heard that the lights didn't work, but a four-way stop may work there because people take turns. It's working at Huron. I know we've heard some complaints, but it's working at Huron and High. So when I say Albert and Grosvenor, I meant High and Grosvenor. My apologies. Perhaps we could do the same thing at High and Victoria. Not so much a need there, and I'm still not sure, I'm not sold on having a stop sign at the top of a hill as you approach Southampton. So there is that. Restrict size of vehicles parked next to intersections. We're only talking maybe a couple of intersections at most. And if we can restrict the size of the vehicles for those 2 parking spots, all of a sudden your sight line improves immeasurably. And that would be a plus with all of this. I agree with the BIA that no boulevard east of Albert's not needed. I agree. Move the greenery. That doesn't mean there won't be greenery, but move the greenery to either side, and have the lush greenery portrayed that way. If you've been to Wyerton, they've done that very well, and they have it on either side, as we do in some other areas, of course. But those are just a couple of things that I thought maybe we can get them done while we're doing this, but I know it's going to be a long and hard process. Finally, I'd like to recognize the committee. I know how hard they've worked on this. It hasn't always been friendly, because there were specific things that we needed to do and ask. But I believe we're ready to go to the next step. And yes, I have a bias, but I believe we're ready to go to the next step. And I would also like to recognize and thank all BIA members and the board for the work they continue to do other than streetscape. I think it was Cheryl, that Councilor Grace, that mentioned these people have jobs. And what we're doing is strictly on a volunteer basis. I was thrilled with the turnout, and we look forward together to seeing what the next step will be. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was just a comment I had, but I'm really excited about this, and I really believe in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments from members? I don't see any, so I'll make a comment. Thank you very much, as has been said, both to you, Sarah, and to the whole committee for all the work that you've done on these designs. And this, it's been, a couple of years worth of work, and you're really picking up the gauntlet from us. The municipality started this work several years ago, and we weren't really able to be successful to put together a plan that we could roll out through the downtown. So, the fact that the BIA has taken on the job and done it so well. I mean, the deputy mayor mentioned Chris's video, which I watched, which was great, and your open house that you did at the town hall and all of the public outreach. You've surveyed all the businesses in downtown. I mean, you've done a huge amount of public outreach as part of this, which is wholly appropriate and really appreciated by me, and I know by council. And I think all of that combined, I think, has led you to put together, a pretty good plan. And I'm, the residents of High Street, of our main streets, are our businesses, right? Those business owners who do business up and down that street, they really are the most impacted by that street. They're the ones who have the most at stake. So it's really critical for us to hear from the BIA, the representatives of that group of business owners, and to take seriously the plans that you present to us. So we will do that. And I think the thing we will do is ask our staff to come back to us with a staff report following up on this presentation that you've given us today. And we will make some decisions going forward. What I suspect will have to happen is council will have to sort of put its stamp of approval on a set of designs, and then it will go on to more detailed design and work. You referenced the need for infrastructure work, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to layer that on to what we've done here, and then go to a budget and see what we can do to implement the plan. So that's the next steps from our perspective, and we will take those steps. Finally, and it's not entirely in order, but I think we have a minister of the Crown in the room today who just advised me via message that she wanted to say a couple of words about this. I think it would be remiss, frankly, if we didn't take her up on that. So maybe Lisa, if you have something you'd like to say about this, you can go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. And I just wanted to share with everyone that we've just come through the most recent intake for the Rural Economic Development Fund in Ontario. And it was a $2 million pot of funding available for communities across this province. We were oversubscribed to the tune of $10 million. Nevertheless, Sarah, you mentioned Kincardine and Wingham. And honest to goodness, they were some of the best submitted applications that we had, according to the committee, the selection committee. So through you, Mayor, I would recommend that you reach out to both Kincardine and Wingham. Kincardine, of course, is the revitalization of its main street, and North Huron for the Wingham ward, if you will, are revitalizing a landmark park on the main street, Crookshank Park. And so that's what I wanted to share, because you referenced two communities that had a lot of success this past year. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Maybe we can work with you too and see if we can get some success as well. Thank you very much for those words, Lisa. So if there's nothing further from any member on this, thanks again, Sarah, for your delegation, and to your whole team. We appreciate your time this evening.
Thanks for making it a municipal priority.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we're on to our third and final delegation, which is from Mr. Bob Burns, and he's here to talk to us about the value of continuous stakeholder involvement. Mr. Burns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of really fabulous presentations here already tonight, and I hope that I can provide some short ideas on how we can be more fruitful going forward with a lot of good ideas to get brought to council. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. My name is Bob Burns, and I am fourth generation Bruce County. My family roots in Port Elgin go back to 1962. That's when Port Elgin was actually a little bit smaller than Southampton. I had a full engineering career working in water management and oil refining and in nuclear power. I have led small and very large design projects and managed governance that controlled project evolutions. During my career, I taught numerous classes focused on how to identify requirements, define problems, and find solutions. Before I begin, though, I'd like to say that the services provided to Saugeen Shores residents is outstanding. From beach and park maintenance to snow and waste management, so much makes me glad that I live here. But there are always areas that can be improved. So tonight, I would like to share some ideas on how we can better approach changes to public assets in Saugeen Shores. So what does the public see right now in Saugeen Shores? Along with all the positive things we see here, we also see that ideas for change first appear from someone excited about a proposed business venture. Sometimes it's a delegation to council, sometimes other channels are used, which is fine. New ideas are essential, but they can be distracting and launch people into details before other important work is done. Right now, what the public doesn't see in Saugeen Shores often is a focused effort to define what changes are truly needed. What is the problem that needs solving, and how strong is the justification to do anything at all? The public has been asked by the town to complete surveys comprised of single yes/no questions or several questions asking what we want, but not really what is needed. Often public engagement promptly ends. So what has this led to? The public often feels left out. Lots of letters get sent to council and staff, and critical stories appear in local media. Social media pages pop up where unmanaged comments accumulate, and many good ideas get lost in an unstructured environment. The process starts to feel adversarial, not really productive, and not a happy feeling. So we also see projects failing to meet expectations. Schedules slip, cost estimates escalate, and scope gets changed multiple times. Rarely is a project stopped so that requirements can be improved or the needs better defined. And just why is this happening? 2 years ago, I was referred to Saugeen Shore's Subdivision and Site Plan Development Guide as the document that controls changes to public assets. I believe it to be inadequate for this specific purpose. Even when this development guide is followed, it's unlikely to result in the best solutions, and we don't gain much benefit from public stakeholder involvement. We see sometimes that project management principles are not followed. For example, usually there's no well-referenced set of requirements for public assets. This makes it difficult to define problems, find solutions, and evaluate whether a change is actually going to work. For instance, the 2013 Waterfront Master Plan contains actual requirements for the waterfront that need to be met. It has helped guide some good improvements along our waterfront, to be sure, but this document was intended to be sustainable, and it needs to be updated with requirements that reflect current conditions. Also, public stakeholders have not been engaged as ongoing partners on public project teams. As well, stakeholder management doesn't seem structured. Without well-managed stakeholder participation, we get less than optimum solutions that hit too many roadblocks. Decisions are often not based on verified facts and regulations. Without a clear set of needs or requirements to refer to, it's impossible to know whether or not a project is proceeding purely on assumptions. It's not clear to the public how project risks are identified and managed. So this is what I recommend. There are some solutions that work, and it's actually fairly straightforward. So I recommend that the town of Saugeen Shores revises or builds some adequate governance that controls the evolution of changes to public assets, so tasks are done in the right order. If that's done, it would really be a great assistance to even our previous presenters' subject matter. Governance should define how stakeholders are identified, engaged, and managed from project start to finish. Stakeholders, including public representation, will optimize the solutions and provide momentum. I will add these statements from Cahoots, a corporation providing project management tools for public sector organizations. And I'll quote, "Good management of stakeholders will not only clear the path of any possible obstructions, but will also promote steady progress and eventually improve the quality of the results you are generating. It's not just a case of keeping stakeholders happy. It's also a matter of using their resources, knowledge, and influence to help you achieve your objectives. Having different perspectives can help outline any potential issues or improvements that project managers might have otherwise missed. These additional resources come at no extra cost. Finally, governance must control how requirements are identified, documented, and referenced. Requirements are a critical part of any request for proposals or any specification produced. So in saying that, there's a few things that really can help all of this work together. And one is put a major focus on needs and not wants. Keep the public up to date using clear and regular communication about the progress of public projects. Actively engage all stakeholders, especially the public. Listen and respond appropriately to all stakeholder comments. So I just have a few final words here that I hope can help somewhat. There's this famous Charles Kettering quote. Charles Kettering invented the starter motor. so we don't have to crank our cars, to start them. He's a Canadian too. His quote, "A problem well stated is a problem half solved." Asking why multiple times when creating a problem statement brings the real reasons into clear focus. It also provides a lot of clarity when addressing stakeholder comments and ideas. So I'll finish by saying, remember, the leading cause of project failure is inadequate stakeholder involvement. This statement came to me directly from a Bruce Power project manager about 18 years ago. I won't say his name now, but I simply asked him, "What do you think is the leading cause of project failure?" He thought for about 2 seconds and answered, "The leading cause of project failure is inadequate stakeholder involvement." That stuck with me throughout all my work. I always found that stakeholders were usually the very best source for requirements and ideas. Years later, I gained a lot of experience teaching the processes for evolving changes using procedures that minimize recycle, rework, and increase project success. Early into each session, I always asked the participants what they thought the leading cause of project failure was. Out of the audience of engineers, project managers, constructors, maintainers, sometimes even the regulators, I got that same answer about 50% of the time. The other answers were usually close, like poor planning or something like that, right? And when asked further about why they thought poor planning was it went circling right back to inadequate stakeholder involvement. So that's the end of my presentation. My ask was simply to have a look at your governance, make changes you think is required to adopt some of these basic, well-known, worldwide known ideas on how to be more successful. Because sometimes I see us falling off that pattern. And there are also some examples here of very wonderfully run projects where I'm sure it's because of continuous stakeholder involvement. So there's a few references I'd like to leave with you. This is a very recent book that I'm recommending for those who are interested in such a thing, How Big Things Get Done. And it explains how big project failures happen and what actions should be taken to improve project success. And there's a couple of internet links there to so you can learn further about successful stakeholder engagement in projects.
Very good.
So at this point, I'll take any comments or questions.
Sure. Thank you very much for your delegation. Other questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Burns, thank you very much for the presentation. That question, why? Later on in the agenda tonight, we have a report about the election that just happened. And I was asked many times during the election period, why? And it's a very good question. And so I appreciate you just putting it the way that you put it, because we should ask why very often. I also appreciate all of your suggestions in terms of, where to look to get a little more information. Very, very helpful. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Further comments? Oh, Councilor Halpin.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Mr. Burns, thank you for your presentation. And this council does believe it is important to listen to the public and to consult the public. And I think we're all interested in doing that. And thank you for a little bit of advice on how to do that more effectively. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are there further comments? Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bob, for the presentation. And I hadn't heard about that book after I saw that in your sources. I'm not sure how you pronounce the first fellow, Jörg and Gardner book.
Councilor Grace, I appreciate you trying. I gave up.
Okay. Anyway, it looks like a great book. I read a couple of reviews and I'll be looking at it. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further comments? I'd say, well, thanks again, Mr. Burns, for coming in this evening. And yeah, we really appreciate you taking the time to give us your thoughts. Okay, so now we're finished with our delegations. So we have no public meeting this evening. So we're on to reports of municipal officers and committees. And the first is 8.2, a staff report, and it's a staff report on the Saugeen Shores Police Service Shared Services Memorandum of Understanding. And we'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting my screen up in front of me here. So over the last several months, myself and the Chief of Police have worked to develop the Shared Services Memorandum of Understanding that is in front of Council tonight. In addition to the MOU, there's also the implementing procedure that outlines the service levels provided by the Saugeen or provided to the Saugeen Shores Police Services by the town of Saugeen Shores. For everyone's awareness, the Saugeen Shores Police Services uses several town resources ranging from human resources and information technology to facility maintenance and snow removal. There's never been an outline of these resources and that documents with clarity the scope of the town's resources being used. This MOU makes this arrangement visible, transparent, and clear to all involved. In addition to the town's resources, the MOU also outlines the process for adding additional resources and highlights that the town will be moving to creating a facilities, fleet, and administration allocation budgets, which will clearly identify the use of town resources supporting the police service. As I mentioned, I worked along with this with the Chief of Police. He will be bringing it forward to the board on this Wednesday. And then the recommendation in front of you tonight is to have this returned to the June 26th council meeting for council to consider a bylaw. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council adopt a bylaw to authorize entering into a memorandum of understanding with the Saugeen Shores Police Services Board. Questions or comments from members? Seeing none, I guess, oh, no, Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. The police budget is about 4.8 million. And on top of that, we're spending a lot of in-kind to support the Saugeen Shores Police Services. I think that this memorandum of understanding is a good idea because we need to track how much we are spending in total to support our police department. I do respect and support our police department. They are our largest budget item. I'm happy to have the oversight and tracking of the in-kind expenses that give us, the taxpayer, a true picture of the costs of policing. Policing is important, but the taxpayer is not a bottomless piggy bank. So I'm glad that we'll be tracking these things and looking after these things. Also, I understand the positive side is the cost savings of sharing services. And, you know, that is a good idea and I support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further comments from members? Yeah, I think this is a really important agreement. I want to say thank you to the CAO and to the Chief of Police and to our senior management for all the work that they've done to put this together. I think it's important for us to have a clear working relationship between the police service and the municipal administration. I think many people in the community may not realize that they are separate organizations, really, all funded by the municipality, but governed independently of one another. So, but we have a lot of interactions between the two organizations, and it's important for us to have clear lines of communication, clear understandings about how that relationship works. This does that, and I think it just sets us up to have a stronger police service, a stronger municipal administration, and that's positive and gives us the ability to ensure in future that we are providing the resources that we need to internally, whether it be HR, IT services, you name it, to support our police service and make sure that they are available to do the work that we want them doing out patrolling our streets and keeping us safe. So I think it's a very positive agreement, and I'm hopeful this council will adopt it, and I'm hopeful the Police Services Board will as well. So you've heard the recommendation, and I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so now we're on to the second one, which is a report on the 25-year amalgamation recognition and the manager's strategic initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is provided for information to let council know that plans are underway to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the amalgamation of the town of Saugeen Shores in 2024. The town was officially amalgamated on January 1, 1999, and held its inaugural council meeting on January 5th, 2000. The planning committee was formed this year to act as the coordinating body to lead messaging, support grassroots recognition activities, and plan town-hosted celebratory events. On January 5 of 2024, we will host a commemorative inaugural council meeting and invite the former mayors and councillors of the town and include local dignitaries. August 10 and 11, the weekend of August 10th and 11th of 2024 has been marked as the celebratory weekend. So mark your calendars. As the details of events are confirmed, staff will provide additional information reports for council's awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is that council receive the 25-year amalgamation recognition report for information. Questions or comments? Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been involved in this committee, and I have to say it's a strong committee with great leadership, and I think it's going to be a wonderful celebration. Lots of ideas from the community members who are involved, and so I'm looking forward to what happens with that.
Yes, thank you for that work, your work on that committee. Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and FYI, that's simply the Southampton BIA. I just won't let go of it, but the Southampton BIA is already working on things that they can do to help celebrate this occasion when it comes to fruition. Thank you.
Yes, we've had excellent representation from the Southampton BIA on the committee. This committee has got representatives from virtually every service club and organization in the community on it. And so that's great to hear. Thank you for that update. Any further comments from members? I'm just looking forward to seeing this project advance and more details to come. And hopefully folks in the community will start thinking about next year as a big celebration in our community and a celebration of the town of Saugeen Shores. So with that, we'll ask all in favor of the recommendation. That's carried. All right, now we'll move on to our next item, which is a medical service delivery and oversight report, and it is from the fire chief.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've tried several different ways to say how I'm going to present this because it's a technical document, and I know that I've been educating counselors on shoot time, et cetera. So I'm not sure. What I really wanted to say was that the tiered response agreement that we initially had did not speak to any specific reason why the fire department would be called to a medical call. And you can see by the numbers that it was by request of EMS or an EMS supervisor, they would go to the calls and assist in areas that generally did not make a difference to the care or the immediate care of a patient. So what we looked at with the escalation is a method in which we could identify in a tiered response agreement that we would go to calls that we truly could make a difference at, and we would be tiered at the same time as ambulance was tiered, without adding burden to our firefighters, who, as we know, will become more and more taxed as time goes on. So the first part of this is that instead of going to calls that we're requested to go to, we are tiered to ones that we can make a difference at. And those are vital signs absent, choking, anaphylaxis, opioid or overdoses. Those ones we can make a difference at. Those ones we need basic medical life support to do, training to do. And the other part of this is to working with our partners in the Saugeen Shores Police Services is to have some medical oversight to make sure that we give good quality resuscitation to patients, and that we have a liability risk reduction where we have a doctor that actually is overlooking what we do, supplying the training that is required. And when we do go to these calls, we supply reports to them and data to them that allows us to get feedback on how we did what we did. So this report is a two-phase report where I'm asking for an approval to enter into an agreement with Bruce County EMS for very specific tasks. And the second part is the ability to enter into agreement with London Medical Science Center to have delegated authorities to do these things and to have the medical oversight to be able to do it. So I hope the report wasn't too complicated. I wanted to write it the best way possible so that we got the understanding, but I'm more than willing and able to answer any questions you may have on it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So there's a recommendation the council adopt a bylaw to authorize the Director of Fire Services to enter into an agreement with the County of Bruce to allow the Saugeen Shores Fire Department to provide emergency response to specific emergency calls for assistance to EMS, and that council adopt a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with the London Medical Sciences Center for the provision of medical oversight to both the Saugeen Shores Fire Department and the Saugeen Shores Police Service. Questions or comments from members? Councilor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks, Chief. This is a great report, and I find it very interesting. It's not very often that members of the public need to call 911, but, and myself included, not very often, but it does happen from time to time. And there was a time a couple of years ago where I was out hiking on one of the trails in the county, and I came across an injured person on the trail, and turns out there was a broken bone involved. So we called 911 expecting an ambulance to arrive. And to my surprise, a fire truck and a team of 12 firefighters showed up along with the ambulance. And I mean, the person was well taken care of, I will admit. But is this to address that type of situation where you didn't need an aerial truck to show up and you didn't need a team of a dozen or so firefighters, that really all you needed was a stretcher and a couple of able-bodied people to be able to put this person on and transport them to the hospital? And so what I'm reading is that you guys would only be dispatched under certain critical medical emergencies. Is that correct? Is that a correct sort of summary of what I'm taking out of this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, Councilor, that's exactly it. There would be a very specific set of reasons why we would be dispatched at the same time as EMS. So the survivability of those critical times would, they have a better chance of surviving, let's put it that way, because we're rolling sooner and able to focus truly on a very specific set of skills instead of all of them.
Well, that's great to hear. So then how would that take place then? So when a person calls 911, I believe it goes something like, do you want police, ambulance, or fire? And then you have to supply them with your location and generally the nature, and a layperson has to make a sort of judgment call whether person's down with no signs or somebody's tripped and fallen. And so based on that information, the 911 person receiving the call would make the decision whether or not to activate which levels of service. Is that correct?
Through you, Councilor, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, it's a little bit more complicated than that, and it's going to sound like it takes a lot of time, but it's not. The 911 call goes to Owen Sound. Owen Sound Police at the Emergency Communication Center take the call. If it's medical or MVC, or there's a couple others, farm accident, industrial accident, et cetera, it goes to CAC, which is the Central Ambulance Communication Center in London. London looks at the list that I supplied and says Saugeen Shores goes to that. And then we are dispatched through CAC, through the Centralized Ambulance Communication Center, to go to that call.
I
So,
see. Okay.
so a little bit more complicated than that, but it's the ambulance service that dispatches us.
Okay, but you still rely on the accurate information of the person making the call.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks very much. Good luck with that, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Duhaime.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, good report. Ed, just two questions. Do all the fire trucks have AEDs on them currently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councilor, yes, all of our fire trucks currently have AEDs on them.
Okay. And second question, is it possible for some of these medical calls, instead of dispatching the fire truck, just to dispatch like one of the fire SUVs or pickup trucks? If it's just for medical.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we are looking at a run card system now where a limited number of personnel and specific trucks are sent for incidents like medicals where we only require 3 or 4. We presently are dispatched, the methodology in which we're dispatched is a little behind, where a station is dispatched and they send as many trucks as they have to the call, hence why 25 would show up. We're going to a run card system, and I'm working with Owen Sound Dispatch now to be able to do that, where a specific truck for a specific reason is sent with a specific crew. So I hear what you're saying, Councillor, and we are working towards that now.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for the responses, Ed. That's all.
Okay, further questions or comments from members? Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Chief Melanson. I like the program. I like the presentation. Having read it, I get this nagging feeling that maybe sometimes you will be needed and won't be there. I'm sure you've gone through thinking about that and so on. And by time you do get there, and I'm playing Mr. Negative here, it would be too late. How do we cover, or do we cover that situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's how long is a piece of string? It's a good question. What we're trying to do here is define the type of calls where truly we can make a difference. The methodology in which it was set up before, we would have to, EMS would have to arrive on scene, whatever that travel time took. They would have to assess the patient. From that assessment, they would say, oh, we need fire's help. They would dispatch fire, and then we'd have travel time to the hall and then travel time out. So truly, there was times where we weren't making a difference. I think that this gives us a better shot on those type of calls that you're talking about, that we will be there sooner, being able to intervene quicker and be able to make a difference to those residents or visitors that maybe we didn't get to sooner than that. Is there going to be an opportunity where maybe they reach out to us still for help? Absolutely. And we will work with our partners on that. But generally speaking, this is the list that we're going to go through.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further comments from members? I don't see. Well, thank you for your work on this, Chief. And I think, it's important to remember, and we talk about it a lot here, one of the most important assets that we have as a community, as a municipality, are our volunteer firefighters. They are people with other jobs and lives who volunteer their time to keep us safe. And they want to do that work, and but they do it because they want to make a difference, like you say, and what we don't want to do is call them out and waste their time, right? We want them to go out and do the job they signed up to do, helping people and making a difference in the community. So this change that you're making is a way for us to do that, to protect and respect that vital resource, those volunteer firefighters that we have in this community. So it's a really important change, exceptional work, I think, on your part. And I certainly fully support it. So thank you for all that you've done on this. You've heard the recommendation. Then everyone, I'll ask all in favor. And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to item 4, which is the 2022 municipal election overview, and the clerk is online and has that.
Hello, and thank you through you, your worship. This report provides in a little bit more greater detail than just the turnout results for the 2022 municipal election. It provides greater detail in terms of ages, as well as how the different wards voted, what methods were used, be it internet or telephone, or those who used the help center. Everyone always feels that municipal election turnout results are fairly low, and certainly that can be true. In comparison to provincial averages, the types of events that will cause voters to turn out in greater numbers are when we have elections for all of the offices, especially hotly contested ones. Not that we are promoting that in any way. We don't want those sorts of controversies or anything. Just to have a great turnout is what we're looking for. So the more people that run is the more people that generally turn out to vote, which is excellent. The provincial average does tend to be around 25. And that's taking into account, of course, places where there are lots of acclamations. Some municipalities, of course, having all acclamations tend to drive those that provincial average quite low as well. What we've also included in the report is the results from the auditor. So the director of corporate services acted as auditor, watched the opening of the polls, took a review throughout the day to make sure everything was operating as predicted, and certainly it was. The supplier Simply Voting delivered as needed, as required, meeting the legislative requirements for the election. We did receive some feedback from people who were running the help center at the town office. And so a lot of that feedback is to ensure that voters are having a more comfortable voting experience while using the kiosk. When you're at home, of course, voting at home, have your own devices, you're in your own comfortable space. But in the help center, there's certain things that we can do to make it a more easier process. So that'll be included in the procedures for when we're planning the 2026 election. So looking ahead to that election, the 2026, there's always lessons that can be learned and things that can be improved upon to ensure that we're providing the best election possible. So we've looked at some communication options that might help to drive voter engagement. Voter engagement, of course, then meaning a higher turnout. So that is part of what we're planning on and have included it, or will be including in the proposed 2026. In the budget for the 2026 election. Messaging would be around ensuring everyone understands the voting method, that of course, candidates, around nominations and how to become a candidate, and then what it actually means to be a member of council. So a lot of good information that we're wanting to put out there to the residents of Saugeen Shores. As today, the reason why I'm not there is I am at a conference, and part of what we did this morning is I was listening to the Chief Electoral Officer for Elections Ontario, and they were talking a little bit about the one voter list and what's going to be happening there. They are planning a promotional campaign to get residents of Ontario to ensure that they are registered on this list. They will be using all of the information, all the data that is available to at their disposal to ensure the voters list is as up to date as possible. Some information they are updating weekly, some information they are updating monthly. This information could include when somebody updates their driver's license, the address on their driver's license, other information like that, to ensure that any information that is within their care control, they're able to use to update the voters list, much like how MPAC was able to do that. MPAC within legislation has access to less information than the province of Ontario, which is why the voters list will be kept up to date, more current, and will be able to benefit from that, all municipalities in Ontario. MPAC is still the holder by legislation of school support information. So there will still be that two parts to this process, and that they're the ones who will be able to update that. That's legislated. So unfortunately, it's not something that we can just change, right? The legislation has to change to allow for that. 2026 will be the first time using the one voter list. So there will be improvements made after the 2026 election as well, once they have the data that they need to make recommendations going forward on how the legislation can better serve this process. Thank you. And if there are any questions of council, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council receive the 2022 municipal election overview report for information. Questions or comments from members? The deputy mayor. Councilor Stack.
Thank you. And through you, I don't know if this is a question for the clerk or for Jim, because I saw his name on one of the documents. There's an expression used in a couple of places. It says not captured. Is that just reflecting that information about where that vote came from was not captured, or what's the definition of not captured? It was a statistical kind of notation a couple of times.
Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you for that question. Yes, and not in every instance were they able to capture the voter detail, but it was at a small percentage and was not of concern.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask, this is a great report. I don't recall ever seeing this much information before after an election, so this is fabulous. I did want to ask though, are we still looking toward an assessment or some kind of report related to the size of council representation as the population and demographics has changed in the community? Certainly the turnout by age list was pretty incredible when you see just the breakdown there. I found that very interesting too, but I just wondered, when is the next step? Because, you know, we still have about 3 years and a little bit before the next election. I also very much appreciate the references to education activities and communication activities ahead of the next election. I think that is a very good plan. So thank you. I just wondered, is there still more to come related to this?
The Director of Corporate Services or the clerk? The clerk maybe?
Yes, certainly I can take that. Thank you through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So yes, that is another report that is going to be coming forward. What that report is going to provide council with is a recommendation of when to, a recommendation that will likely include that the 2024 budget include an allocation for an RFP for a consultant to conduct what is called a ward boundary review. A ward boundary review also includes the council composition, council composition. So that will be included as part of that. Wanted to do these as two separate reports, just because it's two different types of information. And we still have sufficient time. It is a legislated process as far as when we need to provide that information to MPAC as to what our wards are going to be. So it will involve getting in a consultant to conduct, which will include an extensive consultation period with the public, which of course will also include members of council, either being invited to come out to the consultation event, or if they are going to recommend talking to individual members of council themselves. I'm not sure at this point. It all depends on what comes forward in the RFP. But yeah, that is a process that that if it is the will of council would be undertaken in 2024.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stack, and then Councillor Halpin.
Thank you. Just one or two quick comments and then maybe a question. So I noticed that it looked like about 10 or 11% of the total voter turnout voted either by phone or by kiosk. So I know during the election we had or certainly I received a lot of feedback about concern about the limitations or the perceived limitation to using either telephone or predominantly online voting. So I think this is really just and I think we've spoken about it before, but just my advocacy for really ensuring that we have more voter opportunities for in-person. That was clearly a message I received, particularly among folks that are a bit older in the community. I think there was some concern around online voting. I don't share those concerns, but there was a concern about just the accessibility of it. So in that regard, I think that merits some discussion. That was a pretty regular feedback. So I personally thought the voting online was fantastic, but I think there were just some valid concerns that I certainly want to make sure are heard. So that's really just a comment. The next thing, I think as a newer candidate, it was a bit not surprising, but to see the constitution of the voter demographics. So really clearly seeing that I think it's the 45 to 85 plus set that are really coming out to vote. So I think that speaks to just something that we as a council and as a community need to do to reinforce that the folks, dare I say, my age demographic vote. I know, when I reflect on the all candidates meeting, my recollection was most of the folks in my age demographic were either my friends or I'll perhaps say Justin's or Councilor Duhaime's friends as well, who are more floating in our age demographic. So I think this is really just a pointed reminder to the folks under 45 that they need to get out and vote, because I think we do hear a lot from a certain subset of the community. And I think makes it a more well-rounded discussion when we're hearing from a broader set and from when those folks are coming out to vote. And I think my final thing is just on a lighter note. It's very humbling to see the voting results between myself and Councilor Halpin. And I'm so grateful that there were 2 candidate seats versus just the one. It's just a nice reminder to see that, I think, on page 3 of the report. But great report. And I'm looking forward to ensuring we sort of take the feedback and the information we've received and try and make our community just a bit more engaged in the voting process.
Thank you. The Director of Corporate Services has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the councillor. In regards to the in-person voting, the way the Simply Voting was run is that you have the ability to come here in the council chambers and in the committee room and vote in person. You're doing it over one of our computers, but it is in-person voting. But I think what we need to do is a better job of communicating that that's available, because I think it intimidates people and then they're afraid to vote because of that. We have plenty of staff here to help in the process so that in effect, it is really just in-person voting, and we have to get that message out.
Okay, Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I think that there were naysayers to the online voting, but I think it particularly helps all age groups. For instance, young people that are away at university, or people that are just busy with their kids and stuff like that, and give with younger families, and it gives them more opportunity to do it. So I was really happy to see this report, and I really feel that the online voting was a real success, and I'm glad that we're going to continue that and continue to promote that. We have good, free, and fair elections here, and I'm thankful that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll get Councilor Davinsky and then Councilor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the clerk, Don, for a great report with a lot of statistics that need to be studied even further. I noticed in it, and I don't know if this should go to Don or to Jim, there's $30,000 going to be set aside for promotion and communication. I think that's what it said. I think one of the areas where we're lacking is telling the seasonal people who own property here that they can vote here. And it doesn't matter, they can vote at home as well, assuming they own the property at home. but they can literally take part in 2 elections, or if they have more property elsewhere, as long as they own the property, they can take part in that community's election. And I think that needs to be told, reminding people that that does exist, and we'd have to do it late summer at the latest, because we're going to lose them in September. So it's just something to think about going forward. And the clerk has her hand up, so maybe that's been taken care of. Thank you.
Sure, the clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So certainly has not been taken care of yet. However, that is something that has been identified. As council is aware, I came from a municipality that did not have the same level of seasonal property owners or seasonal tenants. So there is a bit of a learning curve for myself, just to connect with some of my counterparts, not only within Bruce County, but also some of the other large touristy areas about what they have done to try and reach their seasonal voters. And certainly I think there's a lot of opportunity that we can take advantage of. And by providing some money, and the $30,000 is in there, that is not necessarily a firm number. That was a number that was included. It will get refined better as the budget is talked about more, and of course council deciding. But there is an opportunity there. And if I may just go back for a moment to what Councillor Stack had said as well, the idea of there are certain voter demographics that aren't coming out to the same amount as that 45 to 85 range. Those of us who are in that age range somewhere, we're not going to say where, will remember that this is a problem that has been going on for quite a while, since a very prominent ad campaign in the 90s down in the States of Rock the Vote to try and engage the younger voters. So this is something that is an ongoing problem in democratic societies, and so finding ways to engage voters, we will look for opportunities to do that. So yeah, if any of that sort of feedback that you receive, if you want to forward it on to us as well, we're more than happy to receive that for the 2026 planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That answers my questions.
Very good, Councilor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Don, as we go forward in preparation for 2026, I guess would be the next election. Presumably, you say you're going to be conducting a survey, you're going to be doing studies, you're going to be looking at improvement methods. Is it a fair statement to say that the less opportunity for manual intervention would decrease the chances of errors being made? Would that be sort of an objective? Obviously making errors is something that you want to avoid, and so the less manual intervention by humans and making the online computerized voting system work as efficiently as possible, including updating the voter list and all that. Was that be a true statement?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, I don't want to make that as a blanket statement, but yes, sometimes when having been part of elections that involved manual hand counting of paper ballots, as well, being involved in tabulator voting as well. The internet voting is, of course, certainly much quicker for the calculation of the results. Tabulators are quick as well. And the manual intervention of hand, I don't know if it's so much a concern of error. I think it's a concern of, like I said, it's more about time and the reconciliation that needs to happen, that the exact number of ballots that were issued to the deputy returning officers every ballot is accounted for and all of that. It requires a lot of checks and balances. And it is an extremely rare situation where that kind of an error has happened, right? Where your ballot numbers aren't adding up. The results, I've never heard of a situation, well, I shouldn't say that, where there's been such a discrepancy that the results would change. I've never been a part of an election where that has happened, whether it be by hand count or tabulators. So the results are very reliable, whether it be by hand count or electronic.
Well,
Does that
then
answer your question?
Further, then, do you foresee a process for our next election where the results are communicated to the public without manual intervention to prevent errors from happening?
I'm not, so keeping in mind, I wasn't here at the time. When the results come in electronically through the internet and telephone voting, the results are what they are. There's no manual intervention. Is there a specific event that occurred that perhaps we need to be made aware of, and then we can kind of look for a process to?
Yes, there is. I'll talk to you about it later, Don.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate that. And we can talk about setting up processes to avoid something like that happening in the future.
I should say, yes, there was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there further comments or questions? I can just say, having been a candidate in 5 municipal elections in the town of Saugeen Shores that have been handled in different ways, mail-in ballots that were, I guess, always counted via tabulators, and also now electronic vote, internet voting and telephone voting. We have always had reliable results. We have always had elections that every member of council, every member of the public has had confidence in the result, and that their votes were counted appropriately, and that the result was fair and accurate. I've never heard anything but that from anybody in the years that I've been involved, and that's, I think, a testament to the technology we're using and to the way it's done, but also to our clerks. I think, and that's one thing to remember, is that our elections are administered by neutral people within our administration who do this professionally and know exactly how to do it and have always done it with the utmost integrity. So, and actually, you think about our last election where we had a transition, but partway through the election cycle between clerks, and then a new clerk starting yourself, Don, after the election. And even in spite of that transition taking place, the election was carried off without a hitch, extremely well, because we have depth in our bench as well within the clerk's department. So, anyway, all that to say is that this is a great report and a great demonstration of how that works, and and of how the system works, and always ways to improve it. And of course, you can tinker with the electoral system and the wards and all those things ad nauseum. But I think the important thing to remember is the result, and the results that the people of Saugeen Shores have gotten since the municipality was formed have been stable, cooperative councils that have been able to advance the business of the municipality extremely well. So I think it's so the system works, and I guess I put my cards on the table. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So with that, you've heard the recommendation on this, and I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. All right, so now we're on to our final report here, which is on Innovation Park servicing, and that's going to be brought to us by the Economic Development Officer, who's online, and also the Manager of Engineering Services, who's here in the room. But we'll turn it over first to the Economic Development Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The construction to ready the lands for the Innovation Park for investment is well underway. Once the project is complete, there will be over $1 million remaining out of the $4 million budgeted for the project. This is why we have revisited installing sanitary servicing in the park. A review was completed regarding expanding the scope for sanitary servicing to the Innovation Park and is projected to cost approximately $1.3 million. To fund the installation, $1 million would be funded through the current project surplus, with an additional $315,000 being required. It is recommended that the $315,000 be added to the $4 million Innovation Park budget in order to bring sanitary services to the lots and to take advantage of this opportunity. This new scope of work would commence in September and add 3 to 4 weeks to the construction timeline. There are considerable benefits to having fully serviced lots available in the Innovation Park. And these include that they are more desirable to investors. They have a higher market value than partially serviced lots, that tenants will not be limited to light water users. It would increase the town's ability to effectively market the lots for sale, and it allows us to remain competitive with the neighboring fully serviced employment lands currently available. In addition to the $315,000 to add sanitary services to the Innovation Park, it is also recommended that $170,000 be allocated for hydro servicing.
Okay, thank you. So there is a recommendation that council approve an additional $485,000 funded through debt financing for the Innovation Park capital development. Is there questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have 2 comments and a request. If sanitary services are progressing towards the east on concession 6, is there any residential properties, or are there any residential properties along that route that will be impacted in terms of having access to a benefit, but also it's going to be a financial hit for them? How many residential properties would potentially be impacted by a decision to take sanitary sewers further along the 6th?
Manager Engineering Services.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the councillor. Yes, we already have the number. I think it will be 7 residents that they will have the opportunity to connect with this extended sewer service.
Okay, when you say they would have the opportunity to connect, would we not force them to connect?
Sorry?
You say they would have the opportunity to connect. Would we force them to connect if the pipe's going by?
That's actually, I think we have a bylaw. If we have service within a limited time, I think it's 10 years, they have to be connected with this service.
Okay, thank you. I did want to ask though, and my other comment and then the request is there's a line in the report that says there is no levy impact to the additional financing request. I understand, why that's there, because it seems that, there was an estimate, there's a surplus. So, the money was there, so we're going to that, and then we're asking for a little more, and there's debt financing. My question and my request becomes, at some point, all of this has been a cost to the taxpayers. So there has been a levy impact because there was a purchase price for the land. There's upfront costs to do certain things. There's debt financing charges. And my request would be that council receive a fairly complete accounting of the costs that are going into the Innovation Park project, which is a great project. And there's another line in here that says there's an intent to recoup the costs. Well, I don't think it should be so much an intent as we should be recouping the costs, because it would not be fair, I don't believe, to have a substantial investment there when other parts of the community are not getting that same level of investment in terms of a number of infrastructure things and other opportunities. I also am curious, so my request is that at some point we receive a fairly complete accounting of the costs associated with the Innovation Park development, so that at some point we can all know whether or not selling the lots has come close to balancing out and recouping the costs. I also am curious to know about how development charges fit into this. Are we, because we're the property owner, selling the lots and we're putting in all of these servicing things up front, hydro, sewer, and water, and we're building the roads, and I'm assuming you know, some lights will go in there and that sort of thing. Will these properties have development charges attached to them, or is that something that has been worked into the planning so that they're foregone in this process as well? I'm curious about that. Thank you.
Sure, the CAO.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that that's difficult to answer at this point in time, that when there'll be further reports that are brought forward as the lots start to move forward. So the Economic Development Officer, I believe, is intending to start the sale of the lots this fall. And as those proposals come forward, the council will consider the charges and the fees related to those lots. So at that time, and we can circulate, to your first question there, we can circulate the report. I'll have to dig a little bit through it, but through clerks, we can find the report on the sale of the lands and how much that cost. This report encompasses all of the servicing costs that the town has expended. But if you need the sale of land costs, we can provide you that report.
Yeah, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And so when you say that this report, this, if we approve it, this about 4 million, about $500,000. This includes all of the preparation costs as well as the capital. So any stuff that went along with the archaeological assessments and all of that, that's been built into this number, or would that be another additional number?
CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we can do is provide council with a summary of the reports that have come forward on Innovation Park. So there was, and Ms. Hyde can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a report that came forward that authorized some expenditures for the studies and reports that supported the development. That would have probably been part of the land use planning process that had to move forward as well when we rezoned and redesignated the lands. But we can send those reports through to council.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be supporting this recommendation. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, not only to service those 7 householders, but to to enhance the marketability of those 17 lots. And Deputy Mayor talked about the costs associated with Innovation Park. With that report, I think it's a great idea. In that same report, I'd like to see the payback. And because, if we're investing $5 million plus in Innovation Park, Heather, I'd like to know, we talked about, I think, $250,000 per lot initially. I can't remember the exact number, Heather, but you talked about making these lots more desirable to investors. I would hope that the $250,000 lots we were selling for with sanitary services now would be a significantly higher dollar amount, Heather, or what are you thinking? Was it $250 per lot? I think per 1 acre lot is what we were looking at, or 200, 250 in an initial report?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We've been following the employment lands like market value closely over the years. So when the market valuation was first done in 2021, it was actually estimated between $150,000 and $175,000 per acre. We had the market valuation redone in the summer of 2022, and that estimate was at the higher end. So at the $175,000 per acre was sort of the baseline at that point. I had since reached out again with the consideration of having it fully serviced to the real estate agent. And they had noted that conservatively, a fully serviced lot would garner another $50,000 versus a partially serviced. So that would make the price per acre about $225,000. And that's a conservative estimate. So we'll be in sort of that range and potentially a little bit higher once the project is complete.
So thanks for that, Heather. Mr. Mayor, $50,000 per lot is another $850,000, and we're investing another $1 million something. And it's really nice to see that a capital project is actually coming under budget, from $1 million and lower than projected. And I think it's just a perfect opportunity to provide sanitary out to our 17 lots and make them more more marketable. And the other thing too, Heather, I think, if building on the Deputy Mayor's comment about the report, she talked about costs associated. Let's talk about opportunities. That extra $50,000 per lot needs to be built in. And I'd like to see the number on assessment. What's that going to do in the future, providing new assessment? for this community. I think this $5 million plus investment is going to pay back in spades and with new opportunities for Saugeen Shores. So I think that investment is going to be recovered and in a big way. At least let's hope, right? Heather, any calls yet for parties interested in innovative type businesses interested? I know we asked that a month ago and it's only been a month, but any new leads?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I continue to execute the marketing plan that was presented earlier this year. I've heard from interested parties that, fully serviced lots would be more desirable. So this is a great step that we're taking. Investors typically want lands to be shovel ready before making firm commitments. But I do continue to hear from the clean energy industry that being among like-minded industry experts and innovators is really appealing, and they support the vision for the park. So I'm really looking forward to be able to, continue to market the park and hopefully be able to say that it will be fully serviced at some point.
Great report, Heather, and great work, staff. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Will it be mandatory for the 7 households that are along that route to hook up to the sanitary sewer system?
Yeah, I think we heard that the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
Are there further, Councilor Stack?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understood the math. So it's going to cost us $1.4 million and we expect it to add $850K to the overall value. Is that what we're saying? Is that what the math was said? I don't know if you can, if Heather, if you can answer that, but is that sort of what we're gaming out here?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at it slightly different way. So if we compare, 23 acres at $225,000 per acre would garner about $5.1 million.
Right, but is that with, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out.
So that's if the lots are fully serviced lots, we could charge the $225 per acre. And if all of the lots were sold, all of the acres were sold, that would be $5.1 million roughly.
And what would the amount be without servicing? The estimated
It would
amount
be,
without
the estimated amount without servicing would be $175,000 per acre and would garner just over $4 million.
Okay, so we're spending. So the idea is that we're not really, I guess I'm just struggling with the return on the investment. If we have to spend more, I think that's a fair question to ask, just like if we're spending, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, I'm just trying to understand if we're going to spend more money than the return for that extra funding.
I think the key thing, so we have the recommendation here tonight to look at this additional installation of infrastructure. I think what we've heard from a few folks is probably what will be in order is a sort of a restatement of the business plan around the park to come back to council to show the with this new installation of sanitary, how the what we can likely garner per acre for the property compares to what our costs are going to be. The deputy mayor's talked about the overall project costs. So I think, we saw, and council saw that information initially, and I think we just need but that was a previous council. So I think we need a restatement of that information for the new council so that with this updated information or with this updated sanitary proposal, which wasn't originally envisioned. And I think I'll give you the answer several of the questions around the table about what we can see as our return on investment and also what our costs have been, et cetera, et cetera. So is that something that that staff can bring forward? I see some nodding from the CAO. So I think that'll help to clarify this. I will say for myself, I support this concept because there's the direct return on cash investment for the municipality, which is a consideration, but there's also the overall intent of the project, which is to create employment lands, which are intended to draw in employers and create other net benefits beyond the municipality's bottom line. So what this does is makes the lots more attractive. One thing we've heard, and I have been involved alongside the economic development officer in talking to some prospective tenants or buyers for these properties. And we have heard some reluctance once they've heard that there is no sanitary service and concern about having to install commercial size septics, water usage, et cetera, et cetera. It's a challenge, not an insurmountable challenge, but one that folks who want to buy are concerned about. So this removes a barrier to purchase. And even if it was a break even or even a net loss, it would probably be a benefit to us because it'll help us sell those lots and recoup those costs. So I think, so certainly I guess those are my own comments, and I support this for this reason, but I think we need a restatement of that business case to answer some other questions. Councilor Stack.
Yeah, thank you. So again, it wasn't, just to be clear, I'm not saying I don't support it, but I do think it's important that we clarify what our intentions are and just have it set out for folks so they can understand why it is we're doing it. And then I think we go forward.
No, and I completely agree. And I think that's what we'll get from a report on with an update to the business plan. So if there's nothing further, then I will ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of our reports. We're on to reports of municipal councilors. I have a report there, which is really just an opportunity to present to you the slides from my presentation, the Mayor's Breakfast. So that's just there for your information. And Councilor Grace has a report there on the Lake Huron Coastal Center Conference. You wish to speak to that at all, Councilor Grace?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, on May 5th, I attended the Lake Huron Coastal Center Conference in Grand Bend, along with the Deputy Mayor and Councilor Halpin, and Frank Burrows, our Parks Manager, was also in attendance, and he did a presentation as well. The report that I have there it really is not a complete summary of everything that was offered at the conference, but it reflects what I heard. Just generally speaking, the overarching theme of the conference was international cooperation. So the focus was on topics like, and in the Great Lakes region, specifically looking at water-related issues. So the impacts of climate change, which of course is everywhere and quite justifiably. A lot of information about water pollution. And some of that information is frightening and sobering. But there were also many examples of community collaboration, community organizations, and community action to try to protect the Great Lakes watershed. So overall, it was a very positive day. It was certainly very full. Started early in the morning and went till 4 o'clock. And they put this conference on every 2 years. And I think it's a very good conference, bringing a lot of people together from the region, and in this case, a lot of Americans as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the report. I appreciate you taking the time to put that together. I have Councilor Halpin, and then I have the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I went to that conference as well, and I know this night's going on. I'm going to be as brief as possible. But the environmental challenges facing us can be kind of overwhelming. And as a father and as a teacher, I've witnessed a lot of youth having distress and anxiety over the situation that they're faced. I gave my students a chance to make a difference in the environment by working cooperatively with the town and the Lake Center for Huron Coastal Conservation. And I think it's important to put things in perspective for people and remember that there's a lot of things that we're doing right. Saugeen Shores is a unique has a unique role in our environment, as having the Saugeen River, the migration of birds, major route and such. And Saugeen Shores is doing a lot of things right. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that. And not only to give it, you know, to give people hope in that, but just to acknowledge the good work that our staff is doing and our citizens are doing. What are we doing right? Through Frank Burrows, there's been a huge amount of regeneration of dune grasses to retain our legacy stands. We have butterfly gardens. Currently, we're working on the North Shore Trail, making it more weather resistant. Not only that, with hardscape, but we've added soft vegetation, soft shores vegetation to hold that in as well. We've increased the annual tree sale. We've increased recycling. We're working on bylaws to allow more naturalized lands that will help our birds, pollinators, butterflies. We're working on a tree bylaw. So all these things, we're becoming a bike-friendly community. So these are all positive things that we're doing for the environment that should give people hope. And there are more things that we can do. And I'm confident that we will. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention, this municipality is very good at dealing with invasive species, getting rid of the Phragmites and the mustard garlic and things like that. So there is hope. There is reason to be optimistic. And importantly, for people to know, there's things we can all do. We can't fix the world, but we can fix our community. And if we all work at fixing our community, that in fact will fix the world. So they're doing a lot of positive things in Saugeen Shores, and perhaps we'll even put a nice array of solar panels on our new aquatic and wellness center to further help the environment. Thank you very much.
We're still waiting for your donation to come in, bud. Are there further questions or comments of the Vice Deputy Mayor? No? Okay. The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I too was at that conference, and to follow up what Councillor Halpin said, we were mentioned, Saugeen Shores was mentioned in every session that I went to as a leader, and one was really related to Phragmites. Another one was related to youth engagement and involvement. The Lake Huron Coastal Center, their youth corps, we were held up as a great example, and it's already planned to be here again this summer. The third one, though, touched on what he said about the hardscaping and the softscaping along the shore. I attended a presentation where somebody from BM Ross, I think is the engineering firm, they talked about the sticks. They were talking about these sticks that they put in the ground and how they got the sticks, where the sticks came from, how the sticks were processed. These are the sticks that most of us saw along the trail, on the North Shore Trail, in and around Miramichi and Horseshoe Bays. And, when we were there, there was no life. I know there's a little life now coming out of some of them, but this was held up as a great example of a new thing for shoreline rehabilitation and preservation. I also just wanted to mention, I'm going to wave a little pride flag here. I know we have a pride flag raised outside. Last week, I attended an event at the museum where it was the presentation of a film called Take Me to the Prom, and it was there was a panel as well, and it was a great evening. And I'm very proud that we have a number of activities and events in the community that show inclusion. There's still more to be done, but certainly. What also was evident was some of the people at the presentation have chosen to move here. And these people have incredible backgrounds with national organizations and national institutions, and they've chosen to live here. I think we're going to have some really good volunteers going forward. So it was a great event, thanks to the museum, but thanks to all the participation.
Okay, is there anything further on the reports of municipal councillors? I don't say anything. I guess the one thing, did you have your hand back up there, bud? Sorry, Councillor Halpin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And through you, I'd be remiss to forget to mention the good work that Councilor Mayette and his group do through the fishery. And one of the big problems with the Great Lakes is the loss of fish stocks. And that's just another way Saugeen Shores is leading the way. Shout out to Councilor Mayette and his group. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And one thing that you didn't mention that doesn't get mentioned often, but it's probably one of the biggest accomplishments that the municipality's had on the environmental front, as long as I've been around, is in the last 4 or 5 years, we've permanently protected over 80 hectares of forest in the urban boundary of the town of Saugeen Shores. Almost nobody talks about that. I'm not sure why it gets so overlooked, but it is the case. And it's one of the best things that we have done. Okay, so Thank you for that. Now we're on to communications and petitions for committee of the whole action or information. There's 8 items there. Questions or comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's just a petition, the communication number 1 from Bill Streeter, who's in the audience here this evening, actually, and it's about the Saugeen Shore Sports Hall of Fame. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, that, you know, our Hall of Fame committee have done a fine job over the last 10, 15 years since it was first started. And but I think if you know, let the public know that the Hall of Fame is right inside the Plex doors here between the Plex administration office. And so come in and have a look at it sometime. I have some personal experience with the Owen Sound Sports Hall of Fame. I think there's things that can be done, particularly with the new wellness center. On the horizon, there's going to be lots of wall space to really take a look at dressing up the Hall of Fame, and that's no slam whatsoever to the current operators. I know that the Port Elgin Rotary are now involved with the Hall of Fame committee, which is a great thing. I guess what I'm asking for, and Mr. Streeter's written a nice letter here in indicating that, and Bill's no, he's a friend of this council. He's a recipient of our Heritage Conservation Award and past chair of the Heritage Committee, and he's a historian and writer. So a lot of people know Bill Streeter, and he's when he says he wants to do something, get something done, he'll get it done. And I think what the letter is just stating is that, you know, that Bill's available and wanting to help and wanting to take a look at what you know, a revamped Hall of Fame could look like. And I think that has merit. I've traveled the province into a lot of arenas, a lot of facilities, and seen some pretty top-notch, you know, Hall of Fame walls. And you know, it's really a way of showing off, touting our the best of the best in our community for their accomplishments. And I think we can do better. And so all I'm asking for this evening, Mayor, is for this council to support my recommendation and asking staff in the 3rd or 4th quarter to just facilitate a meeting, basically, of the Rotary Club and other organizers of the Hall of Fame with Mr. Streeter. I'm not asking staff to organize the Hall of Fame. I don't think that's necessary. I think there are volunteers in our community, like happens around the province. Hall of Fames can be operated by volunteers. And I think all I'm asking for is an inaugural meeting of staff to facilitate a meeting, bring the parties together, and just do some brainstorming around what could happen, you know, along the lines of a revamped Hall of Fame. So thank you, Bill, for writing the letter, and thank you for your services you're offering. And I know you're a busy guy, but if we could bring Bill on board to help out with reshaping our Hall of Fame, I think it'd be a good thing. So that'd be my request, Mayor.
Yeah, and I just make the comment. I actually attended the Hall of Fame induction ceremony just last week, and it was a really excellent event. So I think that's the appropriate approach, is to engage. That's a very engaged group. They have a committee and they work very hard, and we want to proceed with just the utmost respect to them and the work that they do on that on the existing Hall of Fame. They put awful lot of effort into it and really do a great induction every couple of years. So I think we don't. I'm not sure we need any kind of resolution. I think our staff can, and it makes sense because we're redoing this building. So we do need to think about what we're doing with the Hall of Fame and where we put it and what it might look like in a revamped facility. So the best thing to do, bring all the interested parties together. Mr. Streeter has offered his service, which is great, and bring that committee, who are also great, together and have a conversation and see where it leads. And I'm sure the municipality will be keen to facilitate any kind of new approach. So I see the Director, Community Services and Operations nodding away there. So I think we can make that happen. Okay. So I'll go to Councilor Grace, and then I got the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a different item I'd like to speak to, and that's number 6, the Grey Bruce Elder Abuse Prevention Network World Elder Abuse Awareness Day on June 15th, which is coming up. I don't know if that's too short for us to do anything about it, but it's asking the town to make a proclamation recognizing World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which was recognized in 2011 by the United Nations. I think it's the humane thing to do, and Our elders are such a precious resource that we should be cherishing in our communities. That I think that this is a pretty easy thing to do. The only thing that I would say is that I'm happy to move this, but the final background clause, I'm not totally happy with the wording there. Instead of saying where there is respect for human rights, equality, and justice, there can be no abuse. Kind of know what they're saying here, but I don't totally agree with that. I guess I would say something like respect for human rights, equality, and justice discourages abuse. Or I'm open to other wording, but
if I could make a suggestion, Councilor Grace, I wonder if the thing to do would be for council right now to pass a resolution directing me to declare June 15th, June 15th, World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And so don't pass this resolution, just direct us to proclaim it, and then our communication staff will use this resolution as a basis on which to produce our own proclamation. Is that, is
That's
that a
great.
resolution you want to
that'd be
make?
great. Thank you.
So you'll make that resolution, Councilor Grace, to give that direction
Yes.
to me. Is there a seconder, Councilor Davinsky? Any discussion on that? Everybody understands what we're voting on there? Yes. So I'll ask all in favor of that. That's carried. Okay. Who did I have next? Sorry. Did I have the deputy mayor? The deputy mayor.
I was going to speak to the same item, but I'll just take advantage of the opportunity to say one of those elders in the community, it's his birthday today. It's my dad's birthday. He's 88, still living in the same house he was born in Southampton. So this is a very serious issue. I did make him some really bad pancakes this morning, but it didn't fit into abuse.
Well, happy birthday, Mr. Huber. Further comments on any of these items? I don't see any. So that brings us to the end of the committee of the whole agenda. I think I am going to dispense this evening with statements by members because we have a big council agenda and a fair bit to do. So, so with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Councilor Mayette, Councilor Davinsky, all in favor? The committee stands adjourned and we will reconvene at 8:45. Okay, so we will reconvene here and I will call to order this regular council meeting. And the first item on the agenda, or I should say the second item on the agenda, is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. And then we're on to adoption of minutes. And we have the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 15th, the regular council meeting of May 23rd, and the committee of the whole meeting of May 23rd. There's a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meetings of May 15 and May 23, 2023, and note and file the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of May 23, 2023 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Davinsky. Questions or comments to any of those sets of minutes? Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if we can add, we said in the committee of the whole minutes, members of the committee heard a presentation from Leanne Sinclair regarding Menstrual Health Day on May 28th, which was done. I wonder if the minutes could also show that council indicated that it will consider a monetary some sort of monetary funding for this at the 2024 budget sessions. It may not go through, but it was mentioned. As a matter of fact, it was mentioned by you.
Yes, it was mentioned only by me. No direction was given by council. So it's not, I mean, I don't know. I take direction from council. The minutes generally only reflect things that council does.
Okay.
My statements are just my statements, right? Just like any member.
All right. I thought I'd ask the
I
question.
think the matter will, you can count on the matter to come back and
Okay.
Without it being reflected in the minutes.
Thank you for that.
Okay, are there further comments about the minutes? I don't see any, so I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so now, sorry, we're on to close to public, I guess. So I have a resolution, the council move into a closed public session to discuss matters in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Duhame, seconded by Stack. All in favor? That is carried. So council will be moving into the committee room to have this closed meeting. We're good, yeah. Okay, so we will, I have a resolution here that council arise from close to public session and resume the regular council meeting. Is there mover and seconder? Moved by Stack, seconded by Grace. All in favor? That's carried, and I will report that council gave direction on personal matters about identifiable individuals and labor relations or employee negotiations in relation to the Community Services Department and the Aquatics and Wellness Center. And council deferred its discussion of litigation with regard to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So that moves us on to 8 reports of the Committee of the Whole. And I have a resolution that council adopt a bylaw to authorize a memorandum of understanding with the Society of United Professionals, Bruce Local, and that council adopt a bylaw to authorize a lease agreement with the Society of United Professionals for the Morpeth Street Condo 5 in Southampton. 2, that council receive the first quarter 2023 variance to budget report for information. 3, the council approve the updated development charges background study and that the development charges bylaw be adopted to authorize the development charges in accordance with the Development Charges Act. I love that one. 4, that council receive the Aquatics and Wellness Center site plan report for information. 5, the council received the Aquatics and Wellness Center funding strategy report for information. And 6, the council received the Aquatics and Wellness Center loan report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Davinsky. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so now we will move on to item 9, report of municipal officers and committees. And the first one is a staff report update, animal control bylaw 36/2004 to expand access to dogs on the waterfront. There is a recommendation, a resolution that council pass a bylaw to authorize the amendment to animal control bylaw 36/2004 to expand access to dogs on the waterfront. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by Davinsky, seconded by Stack. Questions or comments? We'll start with Councilor Mayette and we'll work our way around. Councilor Mayette.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First question is, why is this on regular council and not on committee of the whole? As this is sort of the first pass at this.
The CAO.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the intent behind that was we hope to have this in place in time for the July 1st timeframe.
Okay,
if I'm correct. Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of interest in the public. Obviously, we've got 100 and some pages of comments and several hundred people participated in the online survey and then the emails. And so there's quite a bit of public interest. And I think if it was in regular committee of the whole, you'd probably have people in here wanting to talk to it. And it's a passionate item, right?
So just to clarify from a process standpoint for council, you have options. If you wanted to, you could approve what's before you right now. Later on in the agenda, there is a bylaw. You could take the bylaw to second reading. You could just have it go first and second reading and not take it to third reading. And leave it for 2 weeks and have it come back for final reading in 2 weeks. Or you can defer the bylaw. So you can essentially treat this resolutions that we're considering at this instant as the committee of the whole resolution and defer bylaw passage for a couple of weeks. So that's all I'm saying. Those are options you have. You don't have to take the whole step tonight if you don't want to.
Right. But while I got the mic, I'll just go into a couple of my observations going through the data and I'll try and be quick. The way that the questions were put in the survey, as I read it here yesterday, is if you said, yes, I want to have dogs on the beach, then you took out the time of day question. So because a lot of people, if you read the comments, there's a lot of people are saying, yes, I'd like to have dogs on the beach, but I'd also like to have a time of day. So it's like before 10 o'clock and after 7 o'clock or something like that, right? And that was it was either we're gonna have dogs on the beach all day long or we're not gonna have dogs on the beach at all. So I mean, I'm a dog owner and my dog loves going in the water like any, water dog. And I don't think, I wouldn't take the dog to the beach in the middle of the day. And then that also simplifies it from a bylaw perspective. Because we don't have bylaw officers who are working until 9 o'clock at night when it gets dark this time of year. Bylaw officer can only handle the daytime. So if people know you're not supposed to have the dog on the beach during the day, it's pretty, and most people will in their mind say, okay, I can take my dog on the beach, but I know I can't do it after 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to schedule my day and take the dog for an early morning walk or a after dinner dip in the lake. But I just think that was an important component. And when I read the comments, it recurs in many, many people's things saying, don't put them on the beach when there's going to be people and their kids and their families and grandkids or whatever using the beach. Because I don't think it's it's not a good policy.
Maybe we can get the CBO to address that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. If you answered yes on the survey, the second question, it prompted the second question was would you like it to be in designated areas or time of day? So it kind of, if you said yes, it did prompt you to kind of go through that channel. If you said no, then it prompted you to the comment. So yeah.
They wanted both. They wanted designated areas and time of day. That's where I'm coming from. And everybody I've talked to in the community, and I've talked to a lot of people about this. It seems that people want the both. They want, we want to have a designated area bigger than what we currently have, but also limit it to certain times a day.
The CAO has a comment.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And there was a note in the report that noted that a survey of this nature is not really statistically relevant. And we talked about this a lot as staff. None of us are experts in developing surveys, but it is really about creating what I call the temperature check through the community about where we are when we move some of these decisions forward. The other piece I'd like to offer is that there's the survey results, but then the results of the evaluation from the chief building official and his staff about what was most manageable to implement. And I think from their perspective, the time of day is challenging to implement. And so, you could look at this as moving forward on this piece of expanding the access to the waterfront. And we've talked about reporting back after the summer and seeing how it goes and letting council know how it went with the first summer with these additional areas. And I think then we could have another discussion on time of day, but right now the recommendation from staff is related to the area, recognizing that it's more manageable from an enforcement perspective.
Okay, so we'll go Councilor Davinsky next. I see Halpin and others, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supporting this recommendation, and I'm supporting the work that Josh Plants has done, putting all of this together. It couldn't have been easy. And when we talk about dogs on the beach, we're talking about two specific areas. The timing thing was more for the beaches where we wouldn't normally see dogs, such as maybe South Beach or Port Elgin Main Beach, who knows? But in this case, we're talking about two areas that can be used as dog beaches. We're talking north of the flag, the big flag, to the river, and one other at 538 Izzard to Concession 6, Bruce Road 25, where, according to the Vice Deputy Mayor, they've been using for years anyway. So I think this is a good program. And when I brought this up many months ago, I also said we will become, over time, more of a destination point for tourists because they take their animals, their dogs now, on vacation. Not everybody does it, but many do. And many are checking with the hotels to say, A, are you pet friendly? B, do you have a dogs only beach that we could visit? And up until this time, we do not have one in Southampton. Others are saying, oh, it'll be abused and so on. People say the police and the bylaw officer are not patrolling the beaches. In May of this year, some 43 patrols were covered by police. And based on availability, that number could or will increase. A plan is in place. And we'll see what happens as the summer goes on. Remember, bylaw enforcement for most, all intents and purposes, is complaint driven. So if people see something that's not right, call the police, call our bylaw officer here, and they will do their best to be there. Again, Josh, a job well done. Thank you. And I support the recommendations.
Thank you. So we'll get Halpin, then Grace, then the Vice Deputy Mayor, then Duhame.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. The first thing I want to say is I want to echo what Councilor Mayette said, that I don't think this is something that we need to push through. You know, I think that's going to find us all in hot water if we try to push this through or sneak this through. If we're going to do this, we need to do it correctly. A couple comments that I have is, you know, dogs have more beach now than people do, right? Like, so for people that don't care to be around dogs, we are limited, whereas the dogs have far more beach than we do. Another thing about this, that the survey and the questions, it seemed like if you wanted dogs on the beach, then you had the survey's ear and you can make lots of comments. If you weren't against, or if you didn't want more dogs on the beach, it looks like you were kind of put out of the conversation. So that's the way I felt about that. The other thing is, there's no language in this, like these dogs on the beach, are they on leash or are they off leash? A lot of people ask me that question. So if you can have dogs in this beach, the dogs run all over. That's a question for the
let's put that one
Mr. Plantz.
Yeah, let's put that to the CBO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, all dogs should be on leash on these beaches. So it was mentioned in the report, and if it goes through, it would be definitely be on the signage. So
okay, I think it's a fantasy that you're gonna say, hey, you can bring your dog to the beach, but you got to keep it on how long a leash, Josh? Like a 6 foot, a 30 foot? Like what would the length of the leash be?
Does the bylaw speak to that, the CBO?
I would have to look into that. I don't know language right offhand.
So if I wanted to, I could have a 30-foot leash for my dog on the beach. I think it's a fantasy that you're going to open up.
We might have lost.
Oh,
there he is. Do we have you there, Councilor Halpin? We lost you a little bit for a minute.
Okay,
You're back now, it seems.
I'm sorry. If you've noticed, I've shut off my video sometimes just to avoid that happening. I am not against having dog beaches, but we need to make the dog beach area smaller than it is. And I'm against pushing this through tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Councilor Grace then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to staff for all your work on this. I was very impressed by the very high level of feedback and the thought and time that people put into their comments, both in the survey comments and in the emails that were sent to councilors. So I thank everybody for the time. There was lots of suggestions about sources of research that I checked out and found to be helpful. Just a couple of things I wanted to mention that were questions that people had, and I thought I might be able to clarify some things. We do have 2 dog beaches now. The beach north of the river in Southampton, if I understand correctly, and the North Shore Park beach. I know that there was a lot of criticism in the comments about those that people are looking for sand beaches, and that may not be there. People talked about service dogs. Would service dogs be allowed? Yes, service dogs right now are exempt from the animal control bylaw, and they would continue to be, I'm sure, as required by the AODA. there was a question raised about neighbors. I tried to look at the websites of Kincardine, South Bruce Peninsula, and Huron-Kinloss. I couldn't find any information that any of them allow dogs on their beaches. I could be wrong. I know there are some provincial parks along the Huron shore that do allow dog beaches. People talked about the need for dog waste bag holders. From our environmental committee research, which was published in February of 2022, the town currently places 18 dog waste bag holders throughout the municipality. Staff regularly refills them on a seasonal basis. So that there is some work being done then. From the waterfront master plan, which was published in 2013, it had a section on dogs on beaches. And the research of the waterfront committee, a lot of people were concerned about urine. Yes, I know it's not pleasant, but according to the research of the waterfront master or the waterfront committee at that time, urine in water is dispersed harmlessly. In sand, it's filtered and evaporated. Now, feces are a different matter. I'm not sure how we get around that problem. Most dog owners are, I think, responsible about picking that up. But effective enforcement of our animal control bylaw is key to those people who don't do that. The other thing too that I've read in numerous places is that the leading cause of E. coli on the shores of Eastern Lake Huron is bird feces. And we don't have any control over that, especially when we've got a federal bird sanctuary right off our coast on Chantry Island. But we do have some control over dog access to well-used recreational beaches, swimming beaches. Lack of enforcement now. Most of the bylaw complaints I get in the summer are about dogs on the beach, on beaches. And so I did not see in the staff report a discussion of increased bylaw enforcement. And I honestly am reluctant to expand the geographical area to recreational popular swimming beaches without an increase in bylaw enforcement resources. I don't think it's fair or the job of residents and beachgoers to try to remind violators of proper beach etiquette. I could go with the recommendation for north of the flag to the river, that beach. My question about the Port Elgin beach south of Izzard is how do we delineate that from the main beach? Maybe there's something there that we could, but I also have a concern about enforcement of the bylaw on a popular swimming beach. The selective times issue, I think there's an appealing part of that, but I also have to listen to staff about their concern about whether that's something that would be much more work. And definitely, no, I would not approve of dogs on the Miramichi shore, which I know is not part of this recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for all the good work you did, Josh. And you were kind enough to pick me up at my house one day. We traveled to a site down at the bottom of Concession 4, a little sand beach area down in there, and I don't see it as a new area, but what was the reasoning for you making the decision that that would not be a good idea to put a sandy beach dog area there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we discussed, staff discussed it. It was, we wanted to keep the two areas close to like town centers, just to start. We didn't want to get too spread out. It wasn't high in the voting, so we decided to start with the two areas that I suggested first before we went.
Well, it wouldn't be high in the voting because not a lot of people know about that little sand beach area. There's a stream running through it. I still think it's kind of an ideal area as a test, a pilot area, perhaps. I support the flag to the river. I think that's a good starting point. I really have a lot of difficulties Izzard down to Shipley, down to kind of Road 25. I think I probably could support some beach area from County Road 25 north in front of the CU Unifor Center. But Izzard heading south, if you just go down there on a hot sunny day, 95-degree weather, that beach is packed. It's literally packed with, I'm going to say, hundreds of people on that beach between Izzard and 25 cottages in. That it's a beautiful sand beach area. So I have really a lot of difficulty with that area, Izzard South. I won't be able to support that, but I think north of County Road 25, there's a section there possibly could work. And I still like bottom of, I'm biased, but I still like that little area. I live down that area. I like that area at the bottom concession 4, but it's not on here. I'm concerned about bylaw enforcement. We haven't really addressed a lot of my calls in summertime too, are enforcing dogs on the beach, and I don't see it in the report. So, until we address that, I just wonder if we're adding new areas is going to make it more difficult. So I think it's important to open up maybe as a pilot year, or open up a couple test sites on a 1-year trial basis, perhaps even, and work that route. So I can't support it as written, but I do like some of it.
Maybe just before I go on to the others, maybe I could ask the CBO to speak to, because it's been raised a couple of times, bylaw enforcement, what you're doing inside your department about bylaw enforcement, and perhaps what the police are doing around bylaw enforcement, just in general, or on this issue.
Thank you. Currently we have one bylaw enforcement officer, so they patrol the beaches on the weekdays, and then the police are filling in on the weekends. We are working with the police to figure out coverage. So it's still kind of a work in progress with the police.
But it's true too, though, that as part of the 2023 budget, council provided funding to the police to expand, what do they call them? Some kind of a new offer.
POP.
No, it wasn't ambassador. It was a different kind of
POP.
a POP. That's right. And that the intention of that was for the police themselves to expand bylaw enforcement themselves, in addition to our bylaw enforcement on the municipal side. Am I correct?
That is correct. And I do hear that they are right now out there patrolling the beaches.
I only raise that to know because I've heard Councilor Grace and the Vice Premier both raise this idea of nothing in this report about enhanced bylaw enforcement, but it's important to layer on the fact that council and the police service have added bylaw enforcement capacity in the last year, and that bylaw enforcement capacity is targeted at the waterfront specifically. So I got to him, and then I got the the deputy mayor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with the Vice Deputy Mayor's comments. I can get behind the flagpole north in Southampton. I don't think too many people go there to use the beach, but yeah, every time I drive by down Green Street and turn by Izzard by the volleyball courts looking south, it is packed, especially during the last 2 summers with COVID. I think that it put more people looking at Saugeen Shores as a destination, and more people on the beach, especially with limited areas now due to the volleyball courts and the walkways and all the dune grass. So those are my concerns as is right now.
Thank you, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, I would echo quite a few of the comments that both Councilor Grace and Vice Deputy Mayor made, with the exception of the concession 4 beach. But I did want to ask that the report says no financial impact. How would there's got to be something there related to signage and perhaps additional resources. So there must be some cost. Like I would like to know, how would you, whatever happens, if it's 1 location, 2 locations, if it's a pilot, which is actually a good idea for a period of time, how would we make sure that it's signed? I have no idea how much a sign would cost, but there's got to be some, and I'm sure, you could draw the money from somewhere, but there is a financial impact to this. And how would you publicize right there physically in the location what we're trying to do? Thank you.
Director of Community Services Operations.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that we would work with bylaw. We have a waterfront budget to support signage, additional signage and initiatives like that. So that would be covered. Thank you.
Okay, further comments? I got Davinsky. Councilor Halpin, is your hand still up? You have another comment or? Okay, so we'll get Davinsky and then we'll get Halpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Josh, I come with hat in hand. I've made an error. The one I was thinking of supporting where it says Port Elgin, it was Eights Grove. The Saugeen Shores Beach Road to Concession 4. That one. And I believe that's the one the Vice Deputy Mayor was after, is it not? Concession 4? I'm sorry, I through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think it's not just, I think it's not Eights Grove necessarily, but it's a beach even further to the south at the foot of
Yes.
the, yeah. So Eights Grove, it would not be accurate to include Eights Grove in that.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, carry on, Councilor Davinsky.
Well, no, that was the issue I had with that one. So I can still support the Southampton one, but now I'm having second thoughts on the Port Elgin one. And so I'll leave it there. That's just me. It was my bad.
I think folks are up here are going to start thinking through what we can do here tonight about this. While you guys, it sounds like we're heading in a different direction than the recommendation. So Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. You know, there are a lot of places you can take your dog in Port Elgin and Saugeen Shores. Dogs are allowed, and we have a dog park, the main beach boardwalk, the beach north of the harbor. I'm in favor of having the beach north of the flag to the river. You have all the trails along the shore. You have all the woodland trails, all the rail trails. You have all the parks. It's not like people have no place to take their dog. I'm in favor of having some more space for dogs, but at this point, I'm limited to having more space in Southampton and the current space that we have in Port Elgin. So I cannot support the proposal as written. I appreciate
There's been time to, anyway. We'll hopefully we'll get, oh, there he is. Thanks, bud. So anyway, for myself, I think that there's no question that izzard to this. Oh, do you have a comment, Councillor Stack? I was just get the izzard to concession 6 section of beach is one I'm quite familiar with. It's very busy, and it's not just, it's busy because a lot more people are moving in above the ridge, and that's becoming the beach for a large number of new residents of our community who live in that area. It's a very fast growing part of the community. So yeah, I think it's a challenging area because although we have stepped up bylaw enforcement, and I think no one should mistake that the municipality will be more aggressively enforcing bylaws on our beaches. That's a difficult place to enforce a bylaw because it's a long stretch of beach with very few beach accesses. You can really only access it from a couple of locations, and then there's long areas where you'd have to walk a great distance to try to enforce. So it would be much more difficult than a targeted area. So I have trouble with the location myself. I think it would be nice to try a pilot project. One other broad concern I have, and I want to thank Josh and staff. I honestly think you did a great job on the survey. I think you did a great job on the consultation. And I just want to say thank you for that work. I think that, but one concern I have with the whole notion of specific dog beaches is once we identify this is a beach where you can take your dog, then everyone will head to that particular beach. So you get an inundation, possibly. I don't know what happens, but it's possible that a lot more people with dogs could appear in a very small space, and that could create other issues that we haven't anticipated. So I think a pilot is something we should definitely try rather than a holus bolus change of this bylaw right off the bat, because I'd like to see what happens when you try this. So we've, I think there's pretty good consensus around the Southampton section, maybe as the Vice Deputy Mayor suggested, a smaller section close to Gopel's Grove Beach in the north there that was very limited. Might be an option. So what I'm suggesting here is council direct staff to take this back. You've heard, staff has heard input from council here today. Take it back, come back to us with some suggestions that take into account council's feedback, and see if you can give us something a little closer to what we've been talking about here. Is that reasonable from staff's perspective? I mean, have we given you enough that you can do that? I don't want to set you up for another go around like this, but hopefully you can come back with something maybe a little more targeted, and maybe think of a way to give us a pilot project. I've heard a few people mention that, and I think it's something I would appreciate. Councillor Stack.
Thanks. I think probably just going to echo what most folks have said. So I definitely support the pilot on the in the Southampton beach. I will use, what is Goose Lagoon, I think is what we called it, concession for. I do actually like that idea. So understanding it's not in the priority, but just something maybe to consider in future once we see how a pilot goes. And the other comment I wanted to make is, obviously we've heard lots of read for the most part, a lot of impassioned comments, but I would note, and perhaps in the spirit of the presentation we saw today, like it does seem based on the survey, which is to the CAO's point, not statistically, relevant, but it's germane to the point here that there was a pretty strong support for expanding the beach. So I think we do have to acknowledge that there is an appetite for that. And so I think if we can do the flagpole, see how it goes, see if, to some of the comments that were submitted, see if folks, conduct themselves appropriately with respect to the dogs. I think there's a really great opportunity. I think no harm, no foul in that particular location.
No, I agree with those comments. So, so there is a recommendation here, I suppose, perhaps a motion to defer or to refer the matter to staff would be appropriate. Councillor Mayette, Councillor Grace, the motion is to refer the issue to staff. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. So now we will move on to the next one, which is a staff report to establish and assume a 0.3 meter reserve as public highway. And there is a recommendation that, sorry, I have to call this referred. There's a recommendation that council adopt bylaw 46/2003 to establish a 0.3 meter reserve on Westlinks Drive as part of a public highway system. Is there a mover and seconder? The Deputy Mayor and Councillor Stack. Questions or comments? No debate on this one? Okay, then, all in favor?
Great.
That's good. Thought there might be a heated one. All right. Next one then is a staff report on the Lamont Sports Park Phase 2 tender results, and there is a recommendation that council approve the modified scope of work for the Lamont Sports Park Phase 2. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Stack? Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Mayette. Questions or comments? We'll start with the Vice Deputy Mayor, Councillor, and then to the Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I first of all like to thank staff for the report. I agree with removing numbers 1 to 5. The budget did come in over budget, and we need to find savings, and I think number 1 to 5 does that. And I think number 7, a Phase 2 washroom building, 431,000, it's a lot of money. Needs to be removed in favor of, taking a more holistic approach and really take a long look at what we really need out there in terms of not 2 $500,000 washrooms, but more of a washroom, canteen, sun shelter, pavilion, et cetera, et cetera. And so for me, 1 to 5 are very doable, and number 7 is doable. The one item, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add back in, and I'll give my reasoning for doing it, is the backstop wall, the mesh netting. I am requesting the backstop be reinstated to phase 2 cost and that the legacy reserve be increased by $93,000. The concept of mesh netting and a masonry wall system was introduced to our Lamont fundraising committee right at the beginning of our fundraising campaign. Our committee knew the cost for this feature was higher than the standard chain link fence. However, our committee felt this feature was worth the effort to raise the additional funds required to cover the cost. And as this council knows, we started out with a $1 million target, and we did reach close to 1.8 million with in-kind donations included. So we feel that, and one of the features that our committee right at the beginning looked at the chain link versus mesh netting in the masonry wall, which is happening a lot around the province with a few. I've talked to some baseball players today about this. Dorchester, Wyoming, Kincardin's expanding their concrete wall with netting, Lambton, Port Lambton, and there's many more. So I was, when we were making our presentation to donors, we did show them what the concept of mesh netting and concrete masonry wall, 3 feet high. The masonry wall would anchor the mesh netting. It's classy. It's state of the art. It's moving to what other communities are moving to around the province. It's a lot easier on foul balls hitting into netting versus chain link fence. I was at a ball tournament on the weekend, and it's at Lamont Sports Park. 12 teams from out of town, filled most motel rooms, and they went through a fair number of balls that hit the backstop fencing and took some leather off the balls. Mesh netting does not do that, and so but there are other advantages to it too. I wanted to show. I'm going to hand this out because I just so council's aware of what I'm talking about tonight. I'll hand one this way. And I'll just, if it's okay, Mr. Merrill. And my apologies to Councilor Dehane and Councilor Halpin. It's hard to show you with this kind of setting here, but so if you're just looking at that, it really enhances the viewing for spectators. It's a lot more pleasing to look through mesh netting than it is a chain link fence. And as you see by the wall, it's quite attractive. The system we proposed for Dunlop Field, the larger baseball diamond, Barry and Susan Dunlop did donate $75,000, a lifetime donor naming right for this field. And the Dunlops, I know, were quite excited about the mesh masonry system. And I want to quantify this by saying that the $75,000 they donated was not an indication that they're donating 75 because of the masonry wall. I'm just saying they were excited, and our whole committee was excited about that system that Councilor Mayad is looking at right now. So I'm asking for Council to reinstate the masonry wall. I just think it's another 10, 15 feet higher than a concrete than a chain link fence. It's safer. Not as many balls leave the playing surface area. And again, our committee worked really hard with our fundraising campaign. Specifically, this was the one thing we wanted to be added into that project instead of the chain link. And so it's something that our whole committee had their mind set on as something that we really wanted to do. And we felt that by reaching that $800,000 additional funding that, we would be good with this extra cost. So that's what I'm hoping could happen. I support number 5, making those cuts. I support cutting out the washroom now, but I think at some point in time we do need to build washrooms. That's one thing we hear a lot about. So that's what I'm asking for council to support me on tonight in our committee, is to reinstate that the masonry wall feature. By the way, the Shouldice cement decorative stone business have donated all of the bricks for that masonry wall, and Matt Lamont Masonry, Shouldice designer stone, I should say, at Hepworth, Shell Lake, and Matt Lamont has donated all of his services for the masonry. So there's a lot of support for this this feature at the park. And construction starts in 3 weeks. We can't do it later. It'd be a lot more money to do it later. So I'm just asking for council support to get this done now. So that'd be my.
So the CAO has a comment and then I'll come to the deputy mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to provide one point of clarification that the mesh netting is still included. So what that number 6 is dealing with the concrete backstop wall versus the padded wall. So just for clarity.
Okay, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, I'm really struggling with this, removing bathrooms, and I appreciate that the report says that there's basically 6 flush toilets that will be there in the next couple of weeks. Just based on what the vice deputy mayor just said, if there was 12 teams there over the weekend, you just start to do the math on how many people were out there. And I know that there's not 6 toilets there right now, but with respect to the expression classy, state of the art, here we have this facility and we don't even have places for people to go to the bathroom that are beyond a porta potty. That's not very classy. That's not very state of the art. So I appreciate all the comments about the benefits and the attractiveness of this or that feature associated with playing baseball, but as a fundamental service to the community that's using this place, geez, we got to get bathrooms out there, particularly if there's going to be a park there, that there's potential for grandparents to be there with children and to make it that destination. And with all these tournaments coming up, I just I can appreciate the value of the contracts coming in higher than what we budgeted for, but holy cow, like we're not putting a bathroom into a classy state of the art facility yet. We should really be thinking about what we're doing here. We've just had a report at a meeting before this about expenses with the pool and it going way over budget. And we took out a lane here and we changed this and we changed that. And maybe we need to start doing that here too. If we can't even afford a bathroom for a facility that I think we would have attracted over 500 people there on the weekend. And yes, it did fill hotel rooms, but there's porta potties there. That's not cool.
Can we maybe have the director speak to what the plan is for washrooms, because it's beyond porta potties?
Yes, and thank you. And thank you for the comment. So currently there are single-use portable washrooms scattered throughout the park in strategic locations around those 4 diamonds. What our parks manager has been working on is a mobile washroom unit, and it was delivered on Friday. It was out there on the weekend. So there's those 6 flushable toilets that we had talked about in addition to the portable units that are there. So we're working with that service provider to look at the extension of services to 2024 and perhaps beyond. We're also looking at the actual construction cost of those units to see if that's something that will fit in nicely with the park. What we'd like to do for next year as well is because with the mobile unit, because it was just delivered on Friday, is we want to work with some accessibility. We've recognized that there's some accessibility issues as well, so we'd like to address those.
Okay, we'll go to Councilor Davinsky and then Stack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Deputy Mayor Huber in what she says about Lamont Park. And I've said this to many of us around the table as it is. We're building first class, and how many times have I heard around this council chamber is we've got to do it right. And bathrooms has lost out for now. I like the idea of the 6 going in as a temporary base. I think that's good. But through you to Kristen, can you tell me where those bathrooms will be located?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they're there right now, and I might look to Vice Deputy Mayor who was there on the weekend because I was not out
Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor? The trailer that was brought in from they were brand new manufactured in the last 3 months from a firm South Carden. It has 3 flushable flushable ladies, women's toilets. And it had a flushable men's toilet and 2 urinals. I was in the unit, and a beautiful wedding trailer, basically. Again, very, very classy. I spent Friday, Saturday, Sunday there most of the time, and well used, appreciated by, I'm going to say, the female sector. The men tended, and the boys, and some of the smaller girls, I guess, tended to use the Johnny on the spots. But that washroom facility that we brought in for the season, so the good work from community services, is a really nicely done unit, and is there right through the Labor Day weekend, I believe, right? So there's 9 tournaments there this year. And I was talking to the mayor about this today.
Mr. Mayor, I wasn't through with.
Sorry, so I was just wanted to say 9 tournaments this summer out there, Mr. Mayor, and 2,000 motel units.
Yep.
2,000 motel
we'll
units. So anyways,
we'll come back around with,
Oh,
if
yeah.
it's just a reference from the director. The director, do you have something more to add?
So
I'll ask the question. Oh, can I?
Well, the director was just answering your question there, so we can let her finish
Which
answering
didn't
it.
Get answered,
Well-
and asked the vice deputy mayor to answer it. He didn't answer it.
So where is it? Where is the washroom located right now on the site?
sorry, I misunderstood the question. It's in the first parking lot coming out of the Four Diamonds, across the first parking lot. And it's actually it's in the first parking lot. You turn right, right down the left field line from the diamond number 1 on the left-hand side. So it's right in the parking lot next to the diamond number 1.
There you go.
Okay, but we still have, if I may continue through you to Kristen, we still have the porta potties. People don't like them, but we still have those scattered about the park so that others, the other diamonds that are closer to the far end, have access to an immediate facility.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But these are temporary measures. I would like to see another mobile unit put at the top, where on the other side of the sun thing, and but if we can't get it, we can't get it. As far as the prices for the bathrooms go, it was written in the report that that's what the contractor said would be the cost. And we're going to cut that off at the knees and do our own here.
The CAO.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that when the director and I were speaking, the plain language we learned around this is that we issued a tender to someone who builds ball diamonds, and we asked them to give us a quote on building washroom facilities. And so what we got back was a cost on asking a landscape company to build washroom facilities. So that's why the language is in the report that we think that we could probably do better in looking at a different approach with the washroom facilities, because again, that was the lowest bid was just over $1 million and got us 2 facilities and 4 toilets. And I think I would just like to clarify the language around mobile and offer instead that it's not bricks and mortar. These right. So we've done something similar at the Lakeview Ball Diamonds. It's not what you would call bricks and mortar, but they're very substantive facilities. Like it's not, a number of porta potties on a tractor trailer. It is a facility, right? So I think that staff felt in good conscience that over $1 million wasn't a good spend on this, and that there was other ways that we could approach the washroom facilities out there. So by no means are we suggesting that there not be washroom facilities, but there was a more cost effective way to go about it.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Good answer. And I look forward to us expanding this down the road. And I understand that's going to take a while. However, I am in support of this. And I'm saying of the wall, the concrete wall, along with the mesh for the ball diamond in phase 2. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Stack.
Thank you. So just a couple of comment. So first on, I think it was briefly touched on, but just the Accessibility Advisory Committee had raised in discussions, had just raised the issue about the practical limitations of those mobile units for people with mobility issues. And I think it's important, like recognizing what the CAO said as well, that the plan would be to look at another way to get these constructed. I think it's important that they're constructed concurrent or completed at the same time that the accessibility playground or the accessible playgrounds constructed. Otherwise, we run into an enviable circumstance of having a playground that's accessible in facilities that aren't. So I think it's important, and I think it touches on the importance of just making sure that we understand that these sort of mobile units, while very good and a great interim solution, do create several barriers for folks. And then I did have a question, and I'll lay bare my complete ignorance on sport, but the softball diamonds, what's the demographic that would typically make use of a softball diamond versus a hardball diamond?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. So the softball diamond will be used by ladies softball, men's softball, minor baseball, minor softball, I should say, as well. And it's also constructed in a way that ladies slow pitch can play on that diamond as well. So pretty much all of our user groups will have the ability to use that diamond. The hardball diamond itself, just for clarification, is for like overhand pitch hardball, like you would see like the Jays play. It has a longer baseline and it has a permanent mound on it.
Okay, so maybe the other question, so we're, just to clarify, so we're looking to cut the softball diamond from this. Is that not what this?
No, that through you, Mr. Mayor, that was listed as one of the cost saving opportunities, which was number 8, but that is not part of the
Okay,
recommendation.
sorry,
So we
I
just
misread
wanted to
that.
show that value that we are exploring opportunities, but that by no means is recommended tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just accessible porta potties are available. I have seen them before, and that could be added, and that's a good idea. I just think that we really need to live within our means, and if we need to do the washrooms in another year or two, well, we can do the washrooms in another year or two. It's a great sports park, a great facility. The taxpayer isn't an endless piggy bank. Let's live within our means on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? I think it's really important to point out that, and I agree, with regard to the washrooms with Councilor Halpin, I mean, there are going to be washrooms in the park. I've heard a lot about washrooms. I know everybody else has in the park. There are going to be washrooms in the park. They are going, and as Councilor Halpin points out as well, you can do accessibility with these non-bricks and mortar style units, and we will explore that and have really good quality washrooms, sort of similar to what you have at Lakeview Park right now, which is really an excellent facility. And they'll serve Lamont Park really well, and we can explore down the road a more expansive facility that it might include washrooms and other things. But as Councilor Halpin rightly points out, you can only spend so much money on this facility. This is now an $8-10 million facility, and it's a great facility, a beautiful facility, but you have to have an upset limit at some point. So we can always do more in the years to come, and I'm sure this council and future councils will. So anyway, I think that's it's just very important to be clear. I don't want anybody to leave this discussion listening in thinking that there aren't going to be washrooms. There are indeed going to be washrooms, and there already are right now. So just to be clear. All right, so there is a recommendation on the floor. I guess I know there's been some suggestions about changes. So I guess this would be the time if folks want to make motions or to change the scope, then let's hear them.
Mayor,
Vice Deputy Mayor.
if I could, you need a motion to put on the floor. The fundraising committee has worked extremely hard. That was one feature they really worked hard to raise additional funds for. It's going to be constructed in 3 weeks' time. The time is to do it now. So I'm asking for council support to reinstate the masonry wall and add to from Legacy Reserve.
Mr. Mayor, I would second that.
All right, so that's to re-add this masonry wall. Can we just get a dollar value on that? That's the $93,450. So it's to add back in item number 6. Item number 6, the concrete backstop wall for $93,450, which would increase the budget by that amount and which would be taken from the legacy reserve. So that's been moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Davinsky. Is there any discussion on the motion? I don't see any, so we'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Okay, so we're back to so that's now been added. We can consider that added to the modified scope of work. So that council approved so the original resolution made by Stack, seconded by Myatt, that council approved the modified scope of work for the Lamont Sports Park. We'll just change that to as amended. Okay. So I guess I'll do the mover and seconder are okay with my addition to that, Stack, Myatt. All right. So with that, if there's no further discussion, then I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Okay, so now we will move on to the 4th item, which is a staff report on the lease agreement for Chantry Island with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And there's a resolution, the council passed a bylaw to authorize a 2-year lease agreement between the town of Saugeen Shores and His Majesty the King, as represented by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, for leasing of Chantry Island with an expiry date of March 31st, 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments? Just wanted to make the comment, appreciate the work that the Director of Community Services Operations and that Frank Burrows and also important to note the Marine Heritage Society did a tremendous amount of work to make this possible. So a lot of folks on our end did a lot of work recently to make sure that this lease got approved on both sides. And the only comment I would make is we should start work right now on the renewal. And when we go to Ottawa, maybe next year for CNA, we should be asking for delegation with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and asking for a longer lease extension. It's unfair to the Marine Heritage Society that we're only getting 2-year lease renewals on this facility when they're making such investments of time, money, volunteer effort on the island, and to only give them a 2-year window. It's not anything anybody in the municipality has done. It's the federal government that's insisting on that time frame, and I think there's no reason for that. We should at least be getting 5 or even 10-year time horizons on this lease. So we should be pushing for that aggressively, in my view. Anyway, with that, you've heard the recommendation. It's moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so then we are on to bylaws. And so bylaw number 50 has been and will not be considered. It is council's deferred that matter. And so it won't be part of this resolution. So the resolution then is that bylaws 46, 2023, 47, 2023, 48, 2023, 49, 2023, and 51, 2023 are hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 12th day of June, 2023. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Stack, seconded by Grace. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And then we have the bylaw to confirm the proceedings. I have a resolution that bylaw 52, 2023, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 12th day of June, 2023. Mover and seconder, Stack and Davinsky. Questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. And finally, I have a resolution of this regular council meeting of June 12th, 2023, hereby adjourns at 10:58, not requiring a resolution to extend. Mover and seconder, Grace and Duhame. All in favor? That is carried.